Cultivation online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1801, Heavenly Beast Sect 7. Very well, then. I'll set it up for you immediately. Please give me a few moments. Hong Ling jumped off the flying treasure and descended into the area with the disciple and the 7th-level Divine Master Beast. You want us to spar with a divine beast, a dragon, to the boot? The female disciple's eyes widened after hearing Hong Ling's suggestion. What do you think? Want to experience fighting a dragon? The disciple turned to her beast, a purple-scaled long-tail. This imposing creature had a sleek, armored body covered in shimmering purple scales that gleamed under the light. Its tail, exceeding 6 meters in length, swayed slowly behind it. The beast's piercing red eyes locked onto its master, exuding an air of intelligence and loyalty, yet carrying a hint of wild ferocity. After a brief moment of silence, the purple-scaled long tail suddenly let out a loud, resonant battle cry. The sound echoed across the training ground, drawing the attention of nearby disciples and their beasts. Its piercing red eyes gleamed with excitement, and its long tail lashed the ground rhythmically, creating small shock waves with each impact. Seeing the beast's reaction, the disciple nodded at it with a smile before turning to face Hong Ling again. "We'll spar with the dragon," she declared. "Okay, I'll be right back." Hong Ling returned to the flying treasure and announced the disciple's decision to Shi Meili, who followed Hong Ling to the arena shortly after. Lan Yingying and Feng Yuxiang remained on the flying treasure, which hovered above the arena, giving them a perfect view as spectators. When Shi Meili landed gracefully before the disciple and the purple-scaled long tail, the beast's demeanor changed instantly. Despite its earlier confidence and excitement, its natural instincts betrayed it. The overwhelming presence of Shi Meili's dragon aura caused the purple-scaled long tail to tremble visibly, its tail curling slightly in a defensive posture. Its piercing red eyes, once filled with ferocity, now reflected hesitation and fear as it instinctively lowered its head, acknowledging the dominance of the mighty bloodline before it. Even the disciple couldn't help but feel the weight of Shi Meili's presence, though she tried to maintain her composure. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Shi Meili, a dragon." Once the disciple introduced herself, Hong Ling stepped forward and addressed both parties with a clear, authoritative tone. "The match will end once Senior Ji or the purple-scaled long tail is deemed incapable of continuing to fight, or if one side chooses to surrender. Whenever you are ready." Shi Meili beckoned them. In response, the disciple jumped back, distancing herself from the fight. Meanwhile, the purple-scaled long tail stepped forward, standing between Shi Meili and its master. Shi Meili remained still, clearly letting the disciple make the first move. Search the novel Fire Eid website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Realizing this, the disciple commanded the beast through their master-servant connection, which allowed them to communicate with their mind similar to voice transmission. But unlike voice transmission, their conversations could not be intercepted, making it impossible for one to eavesdrop. Upon receiving its master's command, the purple-scaled long tail immediately sprang into action. Its long, powerful tail whipped forward with precision like a mighty spear. The beast jabbed repeatedly at Shi Meili from a distance, skillfully utilizing the tail's impressive length to keep her at bay while maintaining a safe range. Shi Meili casually dodged the purple-scaled long-tail's relentless strikes, her movements minimal yet precise, as though she were merely toying with her opponent. Noticing her beast's attacks were ineffective, the disciple's eyes narrowed. Unexpectedly, she began to draw array symbols in the air. Within moments, the sky above them filled with glowing level 2 array symbols, forming an intricate formation. The disciple wasted no time and activated the array, directing it toward Shi Meili's feet. Golden chains emerged from the ground, their shimmering surfaces radiating power as they wrapped tightly around Shi Meili's ankles. Seeing the opportunity, the purple-scaled long-tail intensified its assault, its tail jabbing with greater speed and ferocity, aiming to exploit Shi Meili's seemingly restrained state. However, Shi Meili's calm expression didn't waver. With a single, decisive step, she shattered the golden chains as if they were nothing but fragile glass. the broken fragments dissolving into the air. The disciple's eyes widened briefly in surprise at how effortlessly Shimeli had destroyed her level 2 formation. However, she quickly composed herself, her hands moving deftly through the air as she began creating a new set of array symbols. This time, instead of targeting Shimeli directly, the disciple focused on supporting her beast. The formations glowed brightly as they activated, enveloping the purple-scaled long tail in a radiant light. The beast's movements grew noticeably sharper, its strikes faster and its aura more oppressive. Its already formidable strength seemed to double, and its speed became a blur as it resumed its assault on Shimeli with renewed vigor. Once she had seen enough, Shimeli began her offense. Dragon transformation, 25%. The moment Shimeli activated her transformation, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from her body. Her aura skyrocketed, blazing like a beacon as it soared toward the heavens. The sheer intensity of her presence rippled through the air, sending waves of pressure cascading across the arena. The purple-scaled long tail froze mid-attack, its red eyes widening in fear as its instincts screamed at it to submit or flee. The disciple stumbled backward, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she struggled to keep her composure. This is the power of a dragon's bloodline," she muttered, her voice tinged with awe. "Here I come," she merely declared with a confident and thunderous voice that echoed throughout the arena. With astonishing speed, she pounced toward the purple-scaled long tail, her arm pulled back in preparation for a devastating strike. Beautiful golden scales shimmered across her arm, reflecting the light like molten gold, adding to the spectacle of her overwhelming presence. The purple-scaled long tail's red eyes widened in panic as it lashed out its tail in a desperate attempt to fend off Shimeli. However, with a swift mid-air spin, she narrowly dodged the attack. Before the beast could retract its tail, Shimeli's other hand shot out, firmly grabbing hold of it. Using the momentum of the tail's motion, she propelled herself forward like a missile, closing the gap between her and the beast in an instant. Ximeli's fist connected with the purple-scaled long tail's back with a thunderous crack that echoed across the arena. The sheer force of the impact sent shock waves rippling through the air, and the ground beneath the beast shattered from the intensity. The purple-scaled long tail let out a pained cry as its massive body slammed into the ground, creating a small crater where it landed. Dust and debris rose into the air, obscuring the scene momentarily. But the beast's anguished roar made it clear how devastating the blow had been. The disciple, frozen in place, could only watch in shock and disbelief. The sight of her beast, a creature known for its durability and strength, crumpling under Ximeli's single strike, left her utterly speechless. Chapter 1802, Heavenly Beast Sect 8. After delivering her powerful strike, Ximeli gracefully leaped backward, creating some distance between herself and the purple-scaled long tail. Although her attack had undoubtedly dealt a significant blow, Ximeli knew it wasn't enough to defeat the beast. As the dust and debris settled, the purple-scaled long tail came into view, its massive body trembling as it struggled to rise. Its purple scales glistened with sweat and blood, and a large, jagged crack marred its back despite its injuries. The beast let out a low, guttural growl, its red eyes burning with determination. It planted its claws firmly into the ground, lifting itself inch by inch, refusing to yield despite the pain racking its body. Hearing the purple-scaled long-tail's determined cry, the disciple clenched her fists tightly and quickly snapped out of her daze. "It's not over yet," she shouted. Without hesitation, the disciple began gathering her spiritual energy, the air around her rippling with power. Her hands glowed faintly as she focused her energy, directing it toward her beast. Threads of spiritual energy, vibrant and pulsing with life, flowed from her body to the purple-scaled long tail, wrapping around it like shimmering ribbons. The beast roared as it absorbed the energy, its cracked scales starting to shimmer faintly with a new vitality. Its injuries didn't fully heal, but its movements grew steadier, and its aura surged as it stood tall once more, defiance burning in its crimson eyes. No, this isn't enough. The disciple gritted her teeth and continued to channel almost all of her spiritual energy into the beast. causing its aura to soar even further, surpassing its original strength. However, after giving most of her spiritual energy to her beast, the disciple fell to her knees from exhaustion. "Oh, you can do something like that? How interesting," Shimeli muttered in a somewhat surprised tone. This was her first time fighting a beast tamer, so she was still unfamiliar with their methods. Despite her exhaustion, the disciple pushed herself to continue as she instructed the purple-scaled long-tail for their next move. Sear the novellaire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The beast let out a thunderous roar before leaping high into the sky. As it reached the peak of its jump, its crimson eyes locked onto Shimeli. Without hesitation, the purple-scaled long tail opened its massive jaws, releasing a barrage of shimmering projectiles. Each projectile radiated with a faint, fiery glow, crackling with explosive energy as they rained down toward Shimeli in rapid succession. As the barrage of projectiles descended upon her, Shimeli remained unfazed, standing her ground with unwavering confidence. She didn't even attempt to dodge the attack, allowing the fiery projectiles to collide directly with her body. Each impact exploded with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena. However, to Shimeli, the force of the attacks felt no more harmful than mere ant bites. Her golden-scaled body easily absorbed the energy from the blasts, leaving her completely unscathed. The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Shimeli stand unshaken amidst the barrage. Impossible. Those projectiles have enough power to shatter mountains? Once the barrage ended, Shimeli dusted off her golden scales with a casual motion, her expression calm, yet filled with an air of dominance. "Is that all?" Shimeli asked, her calm yet sharp voice cutting through the tense atmosphere like a blade. Her golden gaze locked onto the purple-scaled long tail as it landed heavily on the ground. The beast growled lowly, its pride wounded by her words. "Then I should end this soon. Dragon transformation 50%. Shimeli's aura soared even higher, and her power doubled within the blink of an eye. The purple-scaled long tail trembled uncontrollably, caught between awe and fear as Shimeli's oppressive presence bore down on it like a towering mountain. Yet it wasn't alone in its fear. The presence Shimeli exuded extended far beyond their arena, affecting even the other magical beasts in the vicinity. Beasts with far higher cultivation than the purple-scaled long tail were visibly shaken, their heads lowered and their tails tucked in submission. "Let me show you a real breath attack," Shimeli declared, her voice resonating with power as she swiftly gathered her spiritual energy. The golden scales on her body began to glow brilliantly, radiating an overwhelming heat that caused the air around her to blur. A swirling orb of light began forming before her open mouth, small but intense, as if it were a condensed star ready to unleash its fury. The purple-scaled long tail froze, its instincts screaming at it to escape, but it was too afraid to move, keeping it rooted in place. The disciple's eyes widened in shock, her voice caught in her throat as she watched the scene unfold. In a flash, the small orb transformed into a dazzling beam of golden light, roaring through the arena with unstoppable force. The ground beneath its trajectory cracked and burned, leaving a deep scar in its wake as it flew directly at the purple-scaled long tail. The beast tried to react, raising its tail as a shield. Upon contact, the golden light exploded, creating a shockwave that reverberated throughout the arena, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. When the dust settled, the purple-scaled long tail was sprawled on the ground, its tail scorched and its body motionless, overwhelmed by Shimeli's devastating attack. "Chang Wei!" the disciple screamed in a terrified voice, her knees hitting the ground as she rushed to her partner's side. The beast, despite its battered and motionless appearance, let out a faint growl, signaling that it was still alive. Shimeli then spoke. "Relax, I held back as much as I could. The damage will heal in a few days with some recovery pills." Her attack had been controlled, meant to incapacitate without causing permanent or grievous harm. Otherwise, the beast would have been erased from existence. The disciple looked at Shimeli with a thankful expression. "Thank you." Jimeli shook her head before clasping her hands together and bowing to them.
I should be thanking you for the valuable experience. Thank you.
Chapter 10803, Heavenly Beast, Sect 9. That was a great match. Shortly after the match ended, Hong Ling entered the stage and clapped with a satisfied smile. Disciple Dong, your strategy wasn't bad and you used your beast's advantage correctly. Unfortunately, your opponent was too overwhelming, so don't kick yourself over this defeat. I won't. The disciple nodded. Here, take this pill to recover your spiritual energy. The other pill is for your partner. Hong Ling handed 2 pills to the disciple. Thank you, Senior Hong. The disciple accepted the pill and consumed one, feeding the other to her beast. The pill was incredibly effective, and within moments the beast could stand again. Senior Ji, I apologize for underestimating you, Hong Ling said a moment later, bowing deeply to Jimeli with an expression of both awe and humility. With your prowess, you could probably fight 2, maybe even 3 realms above your own cultivation. I've always known dragons were powerful, but to witness such overwhelming strength firsthand is truly humbling. Jimeli's golden gaze softened slightly as she looked at Hong Ling. There's no need to apologize, she said calmly, her aura now subdued. As a matter of fact, I also underestimated my opponent. Are all beast tamers also array masters? Hong Ling shook her head. No, but many try to become array masters because that would allow them to support their partners more efficiently from the back lines. Meanwhile, some beast tamers like to fight alongside their partners. It all depends on the individual's style. What about that power-sharing trick at the end? Can all beast tamers do that? Jimeli continued to ask. Sarth the No Fire It website on Google to access chapters of novels, early and in the highest quality. Yes, all beast tamers have the capability to share their spiritual energy with their contracted beast, temporarily boosting the beast's fighting prowess. However, it comes at a cost. It exhausts the master, leaving them far more vulnerable in battle, so it's only used during desperate life-or-death situations or official matches like the one you just had, where 2 beast tamers fight through their beast only. Sometime later, Jimeli and Hong Ling returned to the Flying Treasure, and Hong Ling resumed their tour of the Heavenly Beast sect over the next several days. Hong Ling showcased almost every aspect of the sect's operations, culture, and teachings. Hong Ling also shared various methods that the sect employed to strengthen the connection between tamers and their beasts. These included spiritual bonding exercises, shared cultivation sessions, and even rituals that involved synchronizing their spiritual energy flows. By the end of their tour, Jimeli and Lan Yingying had developed a good understanding of the intricacies of beast tamers and their own roles, and that marks the end of our tour. Although short, it was an honor to be your guide. I hope I have managed to satisfy your curiosity and taught you something new, but if you still have questions, don't hesitate to ask them. Hong Ling said to them as they returned to their living quarters. Thank you for the tour. I have learned far more than I anticipated. Lan Yingying said, looking back at my own position and experience, I don't think I could even be considered a proper contracted beast. Hearing this, Hong Ling dismissively shook her hand. Actually, you shouldn't apply our logic to your own. At the end of the day, we mainly deal with magical beasts. As a divine beast, your experience and methods should be different. Moreover, there are things that you, as a divine beast, can do with your master that normal magical beasts aren't capable of doing. If you want to learn more about divine beasts, as contracted beasts, you should consider visiting the Divine Beast Sanctuary in the upper heaven. They're a small but elite group of beast tamers, and every single one of them is contracted with a divine beast. Divine Beast Sanctuary? Feng Yuxiang suddenly muttered, raising an eyebrow. A faint smirk tugged at her lips as she continued. Ah, I remember them. They're a bunch of annoying bastards who kept pestering me to join them in the past. As for the divine beasts there, they're even worse. Most of them have inferior bloodlines, yet they all act high and mighty, as if they stand at the peak of their bloodline. Hong Ling could only manage a stiff smile in response to Feng Yuxiang's bold words. For her, the Divine Beast Sanctuary was an almost mythical place, one far beyond her reach or comprehension. You're really something, Senior Feng, she finally said, trying to mask her envy. For someone like me, the Divine Beast Sanctuary is a place of legends. The thought of rejecting their invitations is unfathomable. Once they finally returned to their guest house, Hong Ling said, "I'll take my leave now, but if you wish to contact me for anything, you can use this communication jade slip to contact me." She handed Feng Yuxiang her communication jade slip. "Okay. Once again, thanks for the tour." Feng Yuxiang accepted the jade slip with a smile. After Hong Ling left, they entered the building. "Welcome back." Yuan, who was cultivating in the living room, said to them, "Young master, I missed you." Feng Yuxiang had the desire to leap onto him after being separated for a few days. "How was your tour around the Heavenly Beast sect?" he asked. "We learned a lot about beast tamers," Lan Yingying said. "There was so much I didn't know about my role as your contracted beast that I feel ashamed." Yuan chuckled and replied, "There's no need to worry about your role, contracted beast or not. You're a precious companion of mine. Just keep being yourself. I knew you'd say something like that, but I want to support you properly." Lan Yingying sighed. "Despite following you for years, I haven't really done anything befitting of my role." Not wanting to dismiss her feelings, Yuan asked gently, "Then what do you want to do? Let me hear it." Lan Yingying wore a perplexed expression on her face, and she responded with a defeated sigh. "Honestly, I don't know. You're so much stronger than me, strong enough to overwhelm opponents that could easily kill me. I don't know how I can fulfill my role as your contracted beast properly." Chapter 1804 Heavenly Beast Sect 10. "I understand your feelings, Yingying, but being a contracted beast is more than just about fighting." Yuan spoke after hearing Lan Yingying out. "When I was the immortal monarch, the 9 divine supremes barely stood in the front lines, and I fought most of my enemies on my own. But that didn't mean they were useless or didn't fulfill their role. Everyone has their own role. For example, the Shadow Dweller rarely fought but specialized in information gathering. The Celestial Turtle spent most of its time serving as my flying treasure and living quarters as we traveled the starry sky. The Divine Yin-Yang Crane, the laziest of all, spent most of its time sleeping. Instead of focusing on how you can assist me in battle, you should try to figure out the kind of role you want to play as my contracted beast. Even if you don't have any specific role, I will never see you as useless or a burden." "My own role," Lan Yingying muttered with a contemplating expression on her face. "That's right," Feng Yuxiang suddenly joined the conversation. "In my case, I see myself as our group's finance expert and wallet. If you ever need money, you can always come to me." Yuan raised an eyebrow at her words and asked, "Our wallet? Since when?" "I decided that just now," she proudly announced. "Doing business was just a hobby, something to pass the time while I figured out how to remove my curse, and I have more money than I ever need, so I might as well put it to good use." Searth, the Novify Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Although Feng Yuxiang certainly had enough wealth to serve as the group's financier, Yuan wasn't lacking either, with piles of treasures and precious materials at his disposal. "Although I don't know how I feel about using you as a wallet, there is something I would like you to do for me using your expertise as a business expert," Yuan said a moment later. "Can you help me sell all of these treasures and materials that I have been collecting?" He showed all of the treasures he'd collected over time, from treasures he looted from his enemies to materials he found in the primal expanse. "Wow, there's enough to open a store." Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously after seeing the massive pile of treasures before her. "Are you in a hurry to sell them?" she then asked. "No, you can take your time selling them. If it's too much, you can just sell the most valuable treasures," he said. "No, this is something you entrusted me to do. I will sell every single treasure here, even if some of them are only worth less than a single spirit stone," she declared. "Thank you. Since we still have plenty of time before the hidden domain is accessible, I'll start selling the treasures now." Feng Yuxiang said, "How do you intend on doing that?" she merely asked out of curiosity. "I can easily hand off most of these treasures to auction houses and sell them that way, but that would be too easy and we won't be getting the full value of these treasures. In that case, I'll open a store and sell them myself. Opening a store?
You make it sound so easy, Shimeli said. That's because it's easy. Do you want to come and experience it yourself? I can use a helper.
A helper, huh? Sure. Shimeli nodded after pondering for a moment. What about you?
Feng Yuxiang looked at Lan Yingying. I'll stay in the Heavenly Beast sect to study more about beast tamers, she said. Just to be safe, I'll have Yin or Yang follow you, Yuan said a moment later.
Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, You don't need to worry too much, young master. We're not going out to play. Most marketplaces have strict rules and are well guarded. A few days later, once all preparations were done, Feng Yuxiang and Shimeli set out for their business endeavor, leaving the Heavenly Beast sect. Yin, are you here? I am here, like a ghost, Yin responded to his call through voice transmission. Can you follow Feng Feng and Mei and watch over them? If anything happens, contact me immediately as you command. After leaving the Heavenly Beast sect, Feng Yuxiang and Shi Mei traveled to the nearest business city to open a store. Thanks to Feng Yuxiang's experience, the process went incredibly smoothly, and within just 3 days they had their store up and running. How can you tell a treasure's worth? I can't tell at all, Shi Mei said as she helped Feng Yuxiang place the treasures inside their display case.
Experience, experience, and experience. I have been selling treasures for centuries, after all.
What made you choose this kind of work? Shi Mei then asked.
I honestly don't know. It was the first thing that came to my mind when I thought about what I wanted to do. I didn't question it either. Sometime later, their store had its first customer. What kind of material is this? Where did you acquire it?
The customer was shocked after seeing an unknown material that Yuan had acquired from the primal expanse.
Feng Yuxiang calmly smiled and said, I'll tell you if you purchase a treasure.
The customer swallowed nervously. Any treasure? Yes. After some contemplating, the customer purchased one of the cheaper treasures in the store, paying several hundred spirit stones just to learn more about the material. This material was acquired from a hidden domain, Feng Yuxiang said. A hidden domain. Is it still available? I'm sorry, but I cannot say more. Moreover, I'm not the owner of this material, and I'm merely helping the owner sell it. How much for this material? This is a one-of-a-kind material, so I cannot sell it immediately. However, you're more than welcome to leave an offer for the owner. In that case, I will be back later with some experts, said the customer. As you wish. Chapter 1805, One-of-a-Kind Material. Once the customer left, Shi Mei asked, Should we really be selling this material when we don't know its worth? Feng Yuxiang showed a cunning smile after hearing this question before responding. Of course not. This is just there to attract customers. That said, if the offer is enticing enough, I will consider selling it for real. That's genius. Shi Mei couldn't help but look at Feng Yuxiang in a new light. A few hours later, the customer returned with several experts, most of them being blacksmiths. Heavens, what a mythical material! I have never seen anything like this before. I can sense a very chaotic but powerful energy residing within the material. This can easily become the core material of a celestial-grade treasure. Madam, may we hold the material and inspect it in more detail? One of the blacksmiths asked. Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, I'm sorry, but by the owner's orders I am not allowed to do so. Then, can you tell us the identity of the owner? We'd like to speak with him. The owner of the material wanted me to sell it for them for a reason. They do not wish for their identity to be disclosed. The blacksmiths quickly gave up after hearing this, and they began debating about their offer for the material. As the core material for a celestial-grade treasure, this material is worth at least 1 billion spirit stones. Its rarity as a one-of-a-kind material increases its value. However, since its properties are unknown, it's extremely hard to put a price on it. Moreover, we cannot examine the treasure, so we won't know its true value until we get our hands on it. This is basically one huge gamble. After pondering for many minutes, the customer eventually gave Feng Yuxiang an offer. I'd like to offer 3 billion spirit stones. Feng Yuxiang nodded and proceeded to place a sign above the display case that read,
Current offer 3 billion spirit stones. If someone outbids you, I will change the price. If nobody outbids you in a month, I will contact the owner to see if he'd like to take your offer." The customer nodded. "I'll come back every few days to check on the offer." The customer left shortly after, but the blacksmiths lingered in the store to examine the material a little longer. Soon, news of a one-of-a-kind material being sold spread throughout the city before quickly spreading to the rest of the sixth heaven. Blacksmiths and collectors swiftly gathered at Feng Yuxiang's store when they heard about it. "Wow, what a beautiful and mysterious treasure! I cannot imagine what kind of environment could breed this kind of material. I really want to touch it." Dozens of people crowded around the display case, their eyes sparkling with excitement, much like kids at an amusement park. Meanwhile, the highest offer for the material had reached an eye-watering 7 billion spirit stones. Eventually, people from the upper heavens started showing up at the store. Sear, the Oval Fire Eat website, on Google to access chapters of novels, early and in the highest quality. "I am from the Sacred Furnace, and I would like to speak with the owner of this material." A middle-aged man approached Feng Yuxiang and spoke in a demanding tone. The owner does not wish to have their identity disclosed. Feng Yuxiang declined for the 10th time that day. "Do you know who we, the Sacred Furnace, are?" The middle-aged man did not give up. "I don't know, nor do I care who you are. I have a reputation to uphold, and I am not going to destroy it for you." Feng Yuxiang calmly responded, "I am from the upper heavens. You're just a mere store manager." Feng Yuxiang sneered in disdain. "So what if you're from the upper heavens? Do you think you can get whatever you want if you come from there? I also happen to be from the upper heavens, and I demand you leave my store before I have someone escort you out." The middle-aged man trembled in anger, his face flushed with embarrassment after being called out. "You think you can force me to leave? Let me see who dares to escort me out." The man released some pressure from his cultivation. However, that pressure was quickly cancelled out by someone else. "I see the Sacred Furnace as being as unsightly as usual." Another voice resounded. "Which bastard dares to mock us?" The middle-aged man turned around to see an old man approaching him. You're from the Steel Sovereigns." The middle-aged man's eyes widened after recognizing the old man's uniform. The Steel Sovereigns was a top faction created in the ninth heaven with many divine blacksmiths amongst their ranks. In terms of reputation and prestige, they were above the Sacred Furnace. "How can you call yourself a blacksmith when you act so rudely before such a divine material? Get out of here before I drag you out myself," the old man continued with a cold expression. The man from Divine Furnace knew he couldn't offend the old man, so he could only swallow this humiliation and leave the store. Once peace returned to the store, the old man acted as if nothing had happened and approached the display case with the material, his eyes filled with awe and interest. "Only 7 billion spirit stones? What a joke, inexperienced brats," the old man scoffed, his voice booming with confidence. 50 billion. I will offer 50 billion for this material." Gasps rippled through the crowd, their astonishment palpable at the staggering leap in price. Yet Feng Yuxiang remained unfazed by the offer. With a serene smile, she quietly removed the old sign and replaced it with the updated offer. The old man lingered in the store for a few more minutes, his gaze fixed on the material as though memorizing its every detail before finally departing. In the days that followed, similar scenes unfolded repeatedly. One by one, the treasures Yuan had entrusted to Feng Yuxiang found eager buyers until only a handful of the precious items and the one-of-a-kind material remained. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality chapter 1806, one of A-kind material 2. Nearly a month had passed since Feng Yuxiang had opened her store. During this time, tens of thousands of experts, including many from the upper heavens, had visited to marvel at the treasures on display. Yet only a select few dared to make an offer for the one-of-a-kind material. The reason was simple. The price had soared to a staggering 75 billion spirit stones. This astronomical sum could easily buy an entire celestial-grade treasure, or even two, making it seem almost absurd for a single piece of material. However, its unparalleled rarity and enigmatic origins made it a prized target for collectors, who were willing to pay a premium for the chance to own it. When Yuan heard about the offers, he was elated. In his eyes, the material wasn't worth more than 10 billion spirit stones at most. Yet, to his astonishment, it had fetched over 7 times that amount. In the end, the material was sold for a staggering 81 billion spirit stones, and the one who won the bid was the old man from Steel Sovereigns. "Congratulations, the owner of the material has agreed to sell it to you," Feng Yuxiang announced with a graceful smile after receiving Yuan's approval. The old man's face lit up with elation, knowing he had secured the prized material. Yet, beneath his joy, a twinge of pain lingered in his heart as he handed over the spirit stones. He was fully aware that he had overpaid, but to him, the material's rarity and potential were worth the sacrifice. With a deep breath, he accepted the bittersweet victory. Feng Yuxiang handed the material to the old man after confirming the payment. "Oh, finally! I've been dreaming of this moment since I first laid eyes on it," the old man muttered, his voice quivering with emotion. His hands trembled as he held the material, running his fingers over its surface, savoring the texture as if trying to etch every sensation into memory. Though, Ihavelfire, it website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "I'm glad to see you're pleased with your purchase," Feng Yuxiang said with a warm smile. Then her voice took on a more commanding tone as she added, "Now, I have another announcement." Her words immediately captured the attention of everyone in the store. The shop was packed tighter than ever, bustling with onlookers eager to witness the winner of the auction. Many hoped for just a closer glimpse of the material, and a few even harbored dreams of touching it. The crowd fell silent, their anticipation palpable as they waited to hear what Feng Yuxiang would reveal next. Then, to the utter shock and disbelief of everyone present, Feng Yuxiang calmly reached into her spatial ring and retrieved another piece of material, its mysterious aura captivating the room instantly. "The owner of the previous material," she began with a cunning smile, "has decided to sell yet another one-of-a-kind treasure." "What? There's another one?" The crowd erupted into a frenzy, their astonishment visible. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the store as countless pairs of eyes locked onto the new material. The old man who just purchased the last material stood in place with a look of bewilderment on his face. "Another one?" he mumbled. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, "Yes, this material was found alongside the last one. For this material, we'll start the offer at 70 billion spirit stones." After putting the material into the display case, Feng Yuxiang stepped back to allow the crowd to examine it more closely. Although the material is entirely different, it has the same chaotic energy, so it was definitely found within the same place. The energy it's emitting is even stronger than the last one. After closely examining the new material, the old man from Steel Sovereign clenched his jaw, his expression a mixture of frustration and resolve. Without a word, he turned and walked out of the store, his steps heavy yet purposeful. It was clear to everyone watching that this wasn't the last they'd see of him. With an entire month before the material was set to be sold, it was only a matter of time before he returned. Over the next 2 weeks, the bidding war for the second material intensified, with offers steadily climbing. By the end of the 3rd week, the price had reached an astonishing 80 billion spirit stones, nearly matching the record-breaking sum fetched by the previous material. At the start of the final week, the old man from the Steel Sovereigns returned, this time accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man whose presence commanded attention. The young man approached the material with a calm yet intense demeanor, his sharp eyes scrutinizing every inch of its mysterious surface. For 3 days he examined it without pause, unmoving as if in a trance. Finally, on the 4th day, he broke his silence. "I'll offer 95 billion spirit stones for this material," he declared, his voice steady and filled with conviction. The moment those words left his lips, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the store. Heavens! Nearly 100 billion spirit stones for a single material.
If this material were sold in the ninth heaven, it'd probably fetch for far more. Most of the astonished reactions came from individuals of the sixth heaven, for whom such an astronomical price was nearly unfathomable. On the other hand, those from the upper heavens remained relatively composed. They had witnessed treasures sold for even greater sums in their realms and regarded the 95 billion spirit stone offer as impressive, but not unprecedented. Who is that young man, anyway? He's the Steel Sovereign's leader's son. He's probably buying that material for his father, who is currently collecting rare treasures for his lifelong masterpiece. In the end, the young man won the material for 95 billion spirit stones. After selling the material, Feng Yuxiang closed the shop and returned to the Heavenly Beast sect with Shi Meili. "Young master, guess how much money we've earned?" Feng Yuxiang approached him with a prideful smile. 200 billion spirit stones, he guessed. Close. "We earned a grand total of 207 billion spirit stones," she declared. Chapter 1807, Spirit Jade. 207 billion spirit stones, huh? And to think I was sweating over a few thousand gold coins just a few years ago. Yuan chuckled after hearing the full amount of their sales. "Most of the earnings came from the material you acquired from the primal expanse. Do you intend on selling more of them?" Feng Yuxiang asked. "No, at least not at this moment. I'll think about it once we need money again." "Any news on the hidden domain's opening?" Shi Meili asked a moment later. "The sect leader said that he'd be making an announcement about it soon, probably within this week, finally." "I cannot wait to experience a hidden domain for the first time," Shi Meili said with an eager smile. Feng Yuxiang looked at her and said, "You know, the ancient dragon city is also considered a hidden domain?" "What, really?" Shi Meili's eyes widened at this information. This was her first time hearing about it. "Probably. While it might not be the exact same, it's similar. After all, it's not a place meant to be discovered, and it was hidden for a reason. Otherwise, you'd be receiving new visitors every day." "That makes sense," Shi Meili muttered. "By the way, where's Yingying?" "She's at the usual place taking lectures from the Heavenly Beast sect," Yuan said. The desire to understand the bond between humans and contracted beasts had driven Lan Yingying to spend the past 2 months at the Heavenly Beast sect as a guest disciple. Just like an ordinary disciple, she attended lectures by the sect elders, joined training exercises, and even sparred with the disciples. "Is she doing this alone?" Shi Meili asked. "At first, yes," Yuan replied, "but for the past month I've been accompanying her. She is my contracted beast, after all, and it's only natural for me to stand by her side and support her. As a matter of fact, we have a sparring match with one of the sect elders scheduled in a few hours." "Oh, you're going to spar alongside Yingying? Now this is something I must watch," Feng Yuxiang commented. A few hours later, Lan Yingying returned and said, "Yuan, are you ready for the match? It begins in 2 hours." "Yes, I am ready whenever you are." Search the novel Fire. Each website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Okay. Lan Yingying noticed Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili had returned and asked them a moment later, "Welcome back, you two. How is the store?" "We sold pretty much everything and already closed the store down. The hidden domain will be opening soon anyway," said Feng Yuxiang. "We earned 207 billion spirit stones," Shi Meili proudly declared. 207 billion? Lan Yingying's eyes widened at this astronomical number. "It may sound like a lot, but it's not much, at least compared to spirit jade, which is considered true cultivator currency in the upper heavens." Feng Yuxiang said, "Speaking of spirit jade, how much do you think this is worth?" Yuan retrieved the spirit jade given to him by Shu Jiaqi when he first started cultivation online. Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with shock after seeing it, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. "Well, where in heaven's name did you acquire such a spirit jade?" "It was given to me by Shu Jiaqi." "That celestial overlord? Why would she give you such a treasure?" This was Feng Yuxiang's first glimpse of the spirit jade, as Xiao Hua had been carefully safeguarding it, knowing it was not something to be revealed lightly. "She wanted me to join the celestial overlords, and she gave me this in exchange."
So she basically purchased you? Feng Yuxiang showed a slight smile.
Still, I cannot believe she'd be so generous. This spirit jade is ancient grade and contains enough spiritual energy to instantly turn a mortal into an immortal. As for its value, honestly, even I don't know. I have dealt with spirit jades before, but nothing of this quality and quantity. You can probably purchase the entire lower heavens with a third of this spirit jade. Purchasing the lower heavens? Is that even possible? Yuan asked with intrigue. Probably, but you'd have to speak with the celestial emperor who technically owns the 9 heavens. Yuan looked at the spirit jade in silence for a moment before speaking. Honestly, it'd be a waste to use this as a currency. According to Xiaohua, it can also be used to awaken or evolve bloodlines. Maybe I can use it for a similar purpose. Feng Yuxiang nodded in agreement. Aside from being a form of currency, most immortal cultivators use spirit jade to enhance their immortal ki and celestial ki, much like how mortal cultivators rely on spirit stones to advance their cultivation. However, spirit jade is far more potent. Its unparalleled purity also makes it significantly easier to absorb, like swimming in clear water compared to wading through mud. Sometime later, Yuan and Lan Yingying departed to engage in their scheduled sparring match, with Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili naturally accompanying them. When they arrived at the arena, they were met by Hong Ling, who had been assigned as the referee for their match. "It's been a while, Senior Feng, Senior Shi," Hong Ling greeted them with a respectful bow. "Looks like we'll be bothering you again," Shi Meili smiled. "It's no bother at all. In fact, I was the one who requested to be here. I have always wondered what kind of master you contracted with. There's no way I'm missing this chance. Although Yuan had previously accompanied Lan Yingying to sparring sessions, this was the first time they would be fighting together in an actual match. Hello, I am Elder Qian, and I will be your sparring partner today." A middle-aged woman introduced herself moments later, her contracted beast standing calmly behind her. After returning her greeting, Yuan turned his attention to the beast behind Elder Qian. It was an enormous bird with sleek metallic black feathers that shimmered like armor, and its wings glinted with a razor-sharp edge, resembling finely honed swords. "This is my beast, a midnight-armored talon." Elder Qian introduced her beast. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1808, Fighting Like a Beast Tamer. "This is my partner, Yingying." Yuan introduced Lan Yingying not as his beast, but as his partner. This little detail made Hong Ling smile. Lan Yingying continued, "I am a divine beast, a divine serpent. Thank you for giving us this opportunity." Elder Qian shook her head and said, "No, I should be thanking you for this opportunity. We have never fought a divine beast before. However, I am a little worried about your cultivation. Yuan was only at the first level of spirit enlightenment, and Lan Yingying's cultivation wasn't much better, being only at the 9th level of spirit enlightenment. Meanwhile, Elder Qian's cultivation was at the peak of Divine Emperor, and her beast was at the 3rd level of Divine Sovereign. "Don't worry, we're stronger than we appear," Yuan said reassuringly, but it didn't clear any doubt at all. "No matter how talented you are, there's no way you can overcome the difference of 7 entire realms." Not wanting to appear rude, Elder Qian shook her head inwardly. Sometime later, Yuan and Elder Qian distanced themselves from the arena. "Are you going to fight in your human form?" Yuan asked Lan Yingying. She nodded and said, "For now, at least, I want to see my limit in my human form. Also, can you allow me to fight alone for a bit?" "Of course. Just let me know when you need assistance." The match began shortly after, and Elder Qian allowed Lan Yingying to have the first move. "You can go first," Elder Qian declared. Ser, the novel Fire Et website on Google to access chapters of novels, early and in the highest quality. "Then I won't be humble." Lan Yingying responded swiftly, preparing her first attack. As she gathered her spiritual energy, a striking transformation began. Her flowing black hair shifted to a radiant white, and her azure eyes shimmered as they turned a vivid pink fiery lotus. With a graceful motion,
she unleashed one of the first martial techniques she had ever mastered. A dozen brilliant flaming lotuses bloomed into existence, their fiery petals swirling elegantly in the sky, radiating both beauty and destruction. When Lan Yingying first learned this technique, she could barely summon 2 lotuses before exhausting her spiritual energy. Now, she could manage a dozen without breaking a sweat. The flaming lotuses erupted a moment later, exploding like a cascade of fireworks and engulfing the entire arena in mesmerizing white flames. Despite the gap in their cultivation levels, the midnight armored Talon could feel the intense heat emanating from the white flames. The searing energy pierced through its metallic armor, leaving it visibly unsettled. However, that was the extent of the damage. Apart from a slight discomfort from the heat, the midnight armored Talon remained unharmed once Lan Yingying used her free attack. Elder Qian wasted no time commanding her beast. The midnight armored Talon soared into the air. Once airborne, it began fanning its massive wings, sending razor-sharp wind blades hurtling toward Lan Yingying with incredible force. Fearing the possibility of accidentally harming Lan Yingying, Elder Qian instructed the midnight armored Talon to hold back its full strength. However, when the dust settled and Lan Yingying's figure emerged, Elder Qian was taken aback. Lan Yingying stood there nearly unscathed, with only a few scratches on her arms. However, even those minor wounds vanished in the blink of an eye. "I appreciate you holding back from me, but you really don't need to," Lan Yingying said as she made her next move, Sacred Fire. Lan Yingying manifested a massive ball of sacred fire, its intense heat distorting the air around it. With a swift motion, she molded it into the shape of a spear and hurled it toward the flying beast. The flaming spear tore through the sky like a blazing comet, leaving a trail of scorching heat in its wake as it surged toward its target. The midnight armored Talon instinctively tried to evade the incoming spear. However, it quickly realized that the spear was no ordinary attack. It adjusted its trajectory mid-flight, seemingly locked onto the beast with an uncanny homing capability. Realizing it could not evade the attack, the midnight armored Talon resolved to confront it head-on. Channeling its full cultivation, the beast unleashed a thunderous cry, its power so immense that it created visible ripples in the air. When the flaming spear met the force of the ripple, the two clashed violently for a split second before the flaming spear was extinguished. "So this is my limit in my human form, huh?" Lan Yingying sighed inwardly. In the very next moment, Lan Yingying decided to reveal her true form. With a surge of energy, she transformed into a stunning white snake, her scales gleaming with a radiant purity that captivated all who watched. "So this is a divine serpent," Elder Qian exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mix of excitement and awe as she took in the majesty of Lan Yingying's true form. Her eyes sparkled with reverence, unable to look away from the radiant white serpent before her. After transforming, Lan Yingying's aura surged dramatically, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Upon closer inspection, her white scales shimmered faintly with sacred fire, adding a divine and imposing brilliance to her presence. In the next moment, Lan Yingying leaped into the air, soaring toward the midnight armored Talon with newfound ferocity. Her sacred flames, now amplified several times by her transformation, burned brighter and hotter than ever. However, despite the increase in power, the gap in their cultivation levels remained insurmountable, leaving her attacks unable to fully penetrate the beast's defenses. Before long, Lan Yingying's pristine white body was marred by streaks of her own blood, her scales torn and glistening with large sword-like wounds. Yuan watched the entire fight with a calm expression on his face, seemingly unaffected by how badly Lan Yingying was losing. "Are you ready for my assistance?" Yuan asked her through voice transmission. After a brief pause, Lan Yingying nodded silently. Yuan smiled in acknowledgement, and without hesitation, he began channeling his spiritual energy into her body. Her wounds closed almost instantly, and her aura intensified even more. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1809, Immortal Monarch's True Prowess.
So you're finally relying on your master, Elder Qian smiled after seeing Yuan share his spiritual energy with Lan Yingying. Unfortunately, it won't help you defeat my nightmare-armored Talon at the end of the day. Yuan's cultivation remained weaker than Lan Yingying's, and even with his support, Lan Yingying lacked the extraordinary talent required to bridge the gap of 7 major cultivation realms. After all, Yuan's assistance was limited to sharing his spiritual energy, replenishing her depleted reserves, and healing her injuries. It provided much-needed sustenance, but it wasn't enough to significantly enhance her overall strength or tip the scales in her favor. Yuan agreed with Elder Qian, but he remained silent, allowing Lan Yingying to fight as she pleased. With Yuan's near-limitless spiritual energy sustaining her, Lan Yingying wielded her martial techniques without worrying about exhaustion, pushing them to their full potential and relentlessly unleashing them in rapid succession, essentially spamming her attacks. Though her individual strikes lacked the power to inflict significant damage on their own, the overwhelming volume and ceaseless barrage left the midnight-armored Talon visibly dumbfounded. Heavens! Just where is she getting this much spiritual energy? There's no way her master has this much spiritual energy at the first level of spirit enlightenment. Elder Qian was shocked when she realized Lan Yingying was not exhausting her spiritual energy despite the spam. She looked at Yuan, who was confidently and calmly sharing his spiritual energy with Lan Yingying, looking like he was just a spectator. Let's see how long you'll be able to keep this up. Elder Qian commanded her beast to focus entirely on defense. With the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, the midnight-armored Talon could afford to endure Lan Yingying's relentless attacks for hours, sustaining only minimal damage at most. For the next hour, Lan Yingying unleashed an endless barrage of attacks trying to break the nightmare-armored Talon's defenses, her sacred fire consuming the entire arena. The once orderly battleground was transformed into an infernal landscape resembling the 9 levels of hell in the Eternal Phoenix domain. However, despite her endless assault, the midnight-armored Talon's defenses remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. Eventually, Lan Yingying recognized the futility of her efforts and ceased her attacks. Looks like she's finally out of spiritual energy, but heavens, what a monstrous amount of spiritual energy her master has. Elder Qian thought to herself, her back soaked in cold sweat as she marveled at the Yuan's frightening amount of spiritual energy. "I guess this is it," Elder Qian said, a hint of admiration in her tone. "Although you weren't able to defeat my midnight-armored Talon, your potential is undeniable. I can't begin to imagine how terrifyingly powerful you'll be once your cultivation improves further." She spoke with confidence, already declaring her victory. However, Yuan responded in a slow but confident tone. "This is far from over, Elder Qian." Elder Qian frowned and said, "You should know when to give up. Even if you have unlimited spiritual energy, your beast lacks the prowess to break through my beast's defenses. Also, we've only used half of our strength." Yuan did not respond to Elder Qian. Instead, he asked Lan Yingying, "What do you think?" Lan Yingying lowered her head and sighed in a defeated tone. "Elder Qian is correct. No matter how much spiritual energy you share with me, I do not possess the same talent as you. I don't have what it takes to defeat them in my current state." Yuan nodded and responded, "Under normal circumstances, you are correct. No matter how much spiritual energy I share with you, it won't increase your talents or give you supernatural strength. However, have you forgotten who your master I am?" Lan Yingying raised an eyebrow at Yuan's words, her expression reflecting a mix of confusion and curiosity, as though she struggled to fully grasp the meaning behind the statement. Yuan chuckled and continued speaking to her through voice transmission. "I am not your ordinary beast tamer. I am the immortal monarch. Let me show you what it means to be the immortal monarch's contracted beast, the immortal monarch's true prowess." After recovering the majority of the immortal monarch's memories, Yuan also inherited the entirety of his beast-taming techniques. However, Yuan continued, his tone calm but firm, "Before I can use the immortal monarch's powers on you, you must first accept the immortal monarch's seal. It's a unique bond, distinct from our existing contract,
and it allows me to have complete control over your life. If I want you to die, I can do so with a thought. Also, the seal can only be removed with my death. Even knowing that, are you willing to accept my seal, Ying-Ying?" Without hesitation, Lan Ying-Ying nodded. "I accept." Search the Novulaire and Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After receiving Lan Ying-Ying's approval, Yuan began to draw a complex symbol in the air with precise, fluid motions. Though it bore a superficial resemblance to array symbols, its essence was entirely different. This symbol radiated an otherworldly energy, its power stemming directly from Yuan's soul, pulsating with a profound and ancient aura. What are you doing?" Elder Qian muttered in a daze. Meanwhile, Hong Ling, Feng Yuxiang, Shi Meili, and every beast in the Heavenly Beast sect could sense the profound aura emanating from the symbol. The energy it radiated was so overwhelming and majestic that it stirred something primal within them, compelling a powerful and natural urge to bow in reverence as if they were standing in the presence of a divine force. "You have learned Immortal Monarch's Supreme Seal." Once Yuan completed the seal, he made a graceful gesture, sending it soaring toward Lan Ying-Ying. The seal entered her body effortlessly, merging with her very being. Moments later, the words Immortal Monarch manifested on her skin, forming an elegant symbol that radiated a subtle yet profound aura. "Lan Ying-Ying has accepted your supreme seal. Due to the supreme seal, Lan Ying-Ying has been granted the title Divine Supreme." After accepting the supreme seal, Lan Ying-Ying felt an unfamiliar sensation coursing through her body, as though something profound had awakened within her. However, the nature of this change eluded her for now. Chapter 1810 Immortal Monarch's Supreme Seal. Immortal Monarch's Supreme Seal. Rank: Celestial Mastery Level. Max. Description: bestow a supreme seal onto a beast. When a beast accepts your seal, you will have complete control over their life, and in exchange they will acquire a portion of your overall stats and talents. You can only have 9 supreme seals active. Lan Ying-Ying's status has been updated. Name: Lan Ying-Ying Servant Grade, Ancient, Servant Grade, Mythic. Master Yuan. Cultivation: 9th level Spirit, Enlightenment. Legacy: None. Bloodline: Sacred Serpent Bloodline, Physique, World Eater Physique Title. Divine Supreme. Rank: Celestial. Description: the bearer of this title will automatically gain a portion of all spiritual energy absorbed by their master. Bearer of this title will acquire 25% of their master's overall talents and stats. Effects increases as the servant's bond with the master deepens. The Supreme Seal bestowed a unique blessing upon the Divine Supremes, enabling them to grow alongside Yuan. This bond ensured that despite Yuan's monstrous talents and rapid advancement, they would not lag too far behind, maintaining their relevance and strength as his companions. However, this came at a cost. Yuan's cultivation progress would be slowed down even further. Yet he was fully aware of this drawback and willingly accepted it, prioritizing Lan Ying-Ying's growth. Fortunately, the Supreme Seal had no negative impact on Yuan's overall prowess. While the Divine Supremes inherited 25% of his strength and talents through the seal, this did not mean Yuan himself became 25% weaker. Instead, the seal functioned as a conduit, allowing them to draw upon his power directly. "Ying-Ying, go ahead and try fighting again," Yuan said to her. She nodded and turned to look at Elder Qian. "Let's continue the fight," she said. Elder Qian showed a stiff smile and responded, "I don't know what just happened, but if you think it will help you defeat," in the midst of Elder Qian's speech, the Supreme Seal on Lan Ying-Ying suddenly activated without warning. Her aura surged dramatically, radiating an overwhelming presence that filled the arena. The intensity of her presence was so imposing that even the midnight armored Talon, previously unfazed, instinctively recoiled, feeling a genuine sense of threat for the first time. "Fine," Elder Qian said a moment later. "If you wish to continue, we can do that, however. This time we won't hold back any more." The midnight armored Talon let out an eager, piercing cry, as if shaking off its earlier fear. Its aura erupted like a storm, surging to its peak as it fully unleashed its cultivation base,
preparing to confront Lan Yingying with all its might. Lan Yingying leaped gracefully into the air, her movements swift and fluid, before soaring toward the midnight armored talon. The two clashed mid-sky, their battle unleashing shockwaves of energy as they exchanged ferocious blows at each other. "Impossible! She's actually fighting on par with my beast?" Elder Qian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zierch, the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Despite the surge in her aura and presence, Lan Yingying's cultivation level hadn't changed. It remained at the peak of spirit enlightenment. Yet she was somehow able to hold her ground against the midnight armored talon, a beast operating at the full power of the 7th level of divine sovereign. Moreover, Lan Yingying's prowess seemed to intensify with each passing moment, her attacks becoming more powerful and deadly. The sight defied logic, leaving Elder Qian struggling to comprehend the reality unfolding before her. What is this overwhelming power? Lan Yingying thought, feeling just as astonished as Elder Qian, if not even more so. I see, this is Yuan's power, Lan Yingying quickly realized, and I can feel it growing stronger as my body adapts to it. As Yuan's energy coursed through her entire being, it felt warm and reassuring, almost like she was being embraced by him, and she couldn't help but feel a profound sense of unity with him. Your bond with Lan Yingying has deepened. The strength of Lan Yingying's Supreme Seal has increased to 35%. The moment the Supreme Seal strengthened, Lan Yingying's aura surged to an even greater height, and to everyone's astonishment, a pair of magnificent wings composed entirely of white flames emerged from her back, their ethereal glow illuminating the battlefield and exuding a divine presence that left onlookers breathless. "Amazing," Ji Meili muttered unconsciously, her eyes wide with wonder as she felt her breath stolen by the sheer beauty and power of Lan Yingying's transformation. After her transformation, Lan Yingying's attacks grew exponentially more powerful. The midnight armored talon, once an impenetrable fortress, began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Its formidable defenses, which had previously withstood everything she threw at it, could no longer hold against the might of her sacred fire. Eventually, Lan Yingying started to push the beast back. Seeing her beast being overwhelmed, Elder Qian quickly began transferring her spiritual energy to the midnight armored talon. While this replenished some of its depleted reserves, it was only a temporary measure against Yuan's seemingly endless well of spiritual energy. Elder Qian's efforts were no match. Her spiritual energy could only sustain the midnight armored talon for an additional 20 minutes before she, too, began to run dry, leaving her beast vulnerable once more. Once her spiritual energy had been exhausted, the midnight armored talon could no longer defend against Lan Yingying's sacred fire and became engulfed in it. Seeing this, Elder Qian clenched her fists and shouted, "Enough! I admit defeat." Hearing her opponent surrender, Lan Yingying promptly extinguished her sacred fire and reverted to her human form. With graceful steps, she approached the midnight armored talon, now resting by Elder Qian's side, its aura dim but steady. Bowing deeply to both Elder Qian and her beast, Lan Yingying spoke with sincerity. "Thank you very much for the match. I will never forget this experience." Elder Qian showed a bittersweet smile. "I will also never forget this experience." Lan Yingying returned to Yuan's side a moment later, her face glowing with a bright, triumphant smile. Without hesitation, she dropped to one knee and bowed deeply before him. "Thank you for bestowing this power upon me," she said through voice transmission, her voice filled with unwavering gratitude and devotion. "Allow me to swear my loyalty to you once again, my lord." Yuan smiled and said, "You haven't called me lord in a while? It feels weird? So just keep calling me Yuan." Chapter 1811, Immortal Monarch's Supreme Seal, 2. Shortly after the match ended, Hong Ling entered the arena and said to Lan Yingying, "Honestly, I didn't expect you to win this match. I wouldn't have won without my young master's assistance," she said. Hong Ling's eyes shifted to Yuan, her gaze filled with interest, even showing a hint of envy and longing. "I'm afraid to ask, but I won't be able to sleep if I don't. What kind of technique did you use at the end?" "Of course, you can refuse to answer." Yuan smiled faintly behind his mask and replied,
It's a secret technique that has been passed down through generations in my family. A family technique, huh? In that case, I won't inquire further, Hong Ling said with a faint hint of disappointment in her voice. Though curious, she knew her boundaries. Anyway, before you leave, the sect leader said that he will be announcing the hidden domain's opening in 3 days, she continued a moment later. Okay? Sometime later, Yuan and the others returned to their living quarters. Young, Master, what happened during the match? What did you do to Ying Ying? Feng Yuxiang questioned the moment they returned. I have never seen or heard of anything like that before. That was just some of the Immortal Monarch's techniques. I gave Ying Ying the Immortal Monarch's supreme seal, making her one of the Divine Supremes. In exchange for her loyalty, she will be able to use some of my strength as if it were her own. What? One of the Divine Supremes? What about me? I was your first servant, excluding Xiaohua, since she is human. Feng Yuxiang was on the verge of tears after realizing Lan Yingying had become his first Divine Supreme, despite appearing after her. I've only remembered this technique recently, so there's no way I could have given it to you. Moreover, to accept the Supreme Seal is to offer your life to me. If I wish for your life, I could take it with a single thought. It's not something I can casually hand out. I accept, even if I have to offer my soul to you. Please grant me your Supreme Seal and make me one of your Divine Supremes, young Master. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed passionately, her voice trembling with desperation. Her tone was so fervent that it resembled that of a beggar pleading. No, perhaps even a beggar wouldn't sound as utterly desperate as she did at that moment. Her pride cast aside entirely. Seeing how desperate Feng Yuxiang was, Yuan had no choice but to agree. Of course, he would have still given Feng Yuxiang the Supreme Seal even if she didn't beg him to do so. Here, Yuan created another Supreme Seal and offered it to Feng Yuxiang, who accepted it with open arms. Ah, so this is the young Master's power. It's flowing throughout my body. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed, her voice quivering with delight. With this seal, I will always feel connected to you, as if you are with me even when we are apart. She trembled with joy, savoring the profound sensation coursing through her. Jigmeli swallowed nervously after seeing Feng Yuxiang's reaction. She shifted her gaze to Yuan, seemingly contemplating whether she should also ask for one. However, after some pondering, she decided to wait a little longer. Feng Yuxiang's status has been updated. Name: Feng Yuxiang's Ear, the Novifier, it website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Servant grade, Divine, Servant grade, Mythic, Master Yuan, Cultivation, 9th level Divine Warrior Legacy, None, Bloodline, Ancient Phoenix Bloodline, Bloodline Primordial Phoenix Bloodline, Physique, Inextinguishable Immortal Fire in the last 2 months. Feng Yuxiang's cultivation increased even further, reaching the peak of Divine Warrior. After accepting Yuan's Supreme Seal, the words Immortal Monarch manifested near Feng Yuxiang's chest in the form of a symbol directly over her heart. For Lan Yingying, once she reverted to her human form, the symbol appeared on her stomach, slightly below her belly button. The markings were subtle, barely visible under normal circumstances. However, they'd quickly become prominent when they channeled the powers bestowed by the seal. What was that energy just now? Shortly after Feng Yuxiang accepted the Supreme Seal, Yingzi appeared out of thin air and asked. Yuan explained the Supreme Seal to her. I see. How interesting. Yuan smiled and said, I also see that you've successfully cultivated the cultivation technique. In 2 short months, Yingzi successfully cultivated shadow extraction and created a dantian, which allowed her to cultivate spiritual energy. Yes, I managed to create my dantian yesterday, she nodded. What? Yesterday? But you're already at the peak of Spirit Lord, Jigmeli exclaimed in a shocked tone. Such ridiculous progress is even faster than the young Master. Of course, she has an advantage, since she started cultivating in the 6th heaven, where the spiritual energy is much more powerful, Feng Yuxiang muttered, with a dumbfounded look on her face. Cultivating spiritual energy is much easier than cultivating chaotic essence, Yingzi said calmly. It's so much purer, which makes it significantly easier to absorb and refine. If cultivating was this easy in the primal expanse, I would have long reached chaotic immortal. To reach chaotic immortal was akin to achieving at least golden immortal in the 9 heavens. As for Yingzi, she was currently around immortal ascension with her chaotic heart. I guess we won't have to worry about your sustainability in the 9 heavens anymore. Yuan chuckled. By the way, young master, does the Supreme Seals negatively affect you in any way? Feng Yusheng asked a moment later. You're asking that after you accepted it? Yuan joked. Yes, it does. Since I automatically share some of the spiritual energy I absorb with the Divine Supremes, I will naturally cultivate slower. How much slower? She swallowed nervously. I don't know, but we can test it out. Yuan retrieved a divine sovereign-level monster core he'd acquired from the Vanishing Valley and casually tossed it into his mouth. After consuming the monster core, Yuan could feel his cultivation increase slightly. Feng Yuxiang felt a refreshing sensation, but her cultivation did not change in the slightest. As for Lan Yingying, her cultivation soared all the way to the 4th level of Divine Warrior in the blink of an eye, Chapter 1812, heading to the Hidden Domain. Huh? My cultivation? Lan Yingying looked at her palms with a bewildered expression on her face. Yuan raised an eyebrow at the puzzling results. If Lan Yingying only received a portion of the spiritual energy he absorbed, there was no way her cultivation would have increased so much. If your cultivation increased while mine barely moved, there's only one explanation. The Supreme Seal completely ignored the Celestial Emperor's curse. Yuan exclaimed after coming to this realization. The Celestial Emperor's curse on Yuan directly reduced the effectiveness of all spiritual energy he absorbed by a staggering 99%. If the curse had worked properly, Lan Yingying would have only absorbed a portion of that 1%. Yet she had a breakthrough while already having a higher cultivation than Yuan, multiple breakthroughs at that. Wanting to confirm this theory, Yuan consumed another monster core. This time, the monster core belonged to a magical beast at the level of Divine Ancestor. After consuming the monster core, Yuan's cultivation made a breakthrough, entering the 2nd level of Spirit Enlightenment. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying's cultivation soared all the way to the 1st level of Divine Master, surpassing Feng Yuxiang and Si Meili, who were still divine warriors. Heavens, this speed of cultivation is outrageous. It's heaven-defying, it's unfair. Si Meili exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and terror. Compared to what Lan Yingying had just experienced, the thousands of years that she had painstakingly spent cultivating now felt utterly insignificant, pointless even. I guess that confirms my suspicions. The Supreme Seal somehow bypasses the Celestial Emperor's curse, Yuan muttered in a daze. Well, aren't you lucky, Yingying? Feng Yuxiang began, turning toward her with a playful tone, but her words caught in her throat mid-sentence. Yingying, are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked, her expression shifting to one of concern as she noticed Yingying's pale complexion and unsteady stance. Lan Yingying nodded slightly, her movements slow and unsteady. I suddenly feel a little nauseous, she admitted, her voice soft. I think it's because my cultivation increased so much so quickly. My body's struggling to adjust. Oh, yeah, that's actually quite normal, Feng Yuxiang said. Really, I've never experienced anything like that, Yuan casually remarked. Feng Yuxiang shook her head with a slight smile. How can you compare yourself to us, young master? There's a reason most people take the time to adapt it to their new cultivation after a breakthrough. If we rush cultivation like a madman, it would actually harm us instead. What about Yingzi? She merely asked. Her body is already adapted since this isn't her first time reaching that level. That makes sense. Sorry, Yingying. This is my fault. Yuan apologized to her. No, it's fine. I just need some time to adapt. After saying that, Lan Yingying sat on the ground and began to circulate her dantian to speed up the process. Even though I can increase their cultivation rapidly through the Supreme Seal, I shouldn't be too extreme or hasty, Yuan muttered softly, almost as if he were reminding himself. Over the next 3 days, Lan Yingying spent all of her time adjusting to her new cultivation. Meanwhile, Yingzi continued to increase her cultivation, reaching the peak of Spirit King. After 3 days had passed, sect leader Bao made his long-awaited announcement through the communication jade slip he gave to everyone with a slot. "The time has come," he declared in a clear voice. "In precisely 14 days from now, the hidden domain to the immortal monastery will be open. If you have a slot, please gather at the hidden domain with your entry token before then. I will send the location of the hidden domain to everyone through the communication jade slip shortly after this announcement." The announcement was short, but straight to the point. 14 days, huh? Yuan mumbled. Shortly after the announcement ended, Yuan received the location of the hidden domain, searched the Novel Ire Neat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "It's quite far from here, so we should start making our way there as soon as possible," Yuan said after memorizing the location. "Okay." Feng Yushang and Lan Yingying entered his dantian, while Yingzi returned to his shadow. When Tan Songyun emerged from her room a few hours later, Yuan asked, "Do you know where to go?" She nodded. "Are we leaving now?" "We can. Before we leave, I should warn you to be careful," Tan Songyun suddenly said. "Careful? Of what?" Yuan asked. "There are only 20,000 slots, nowhere near enough to satisfy everyone. There's a good chance some people will attempt to steal our slots while we make our way to the hidden domain," she explained. "Oh, I can see that happening. Don't worry. Nobody will be able to steal from us." "Humph," she coldly snorted. "You say that now, but no matter how talented you are, you'll be helpless once you encounter someone who can use immortal qi." Yuan didn't comment on that remark and merely smiled in silence. Sometime later, Yuan, Tan Songyun, and Shi Meili departed from the Heavenly Beast sect, setting off on their journey to the hidden domain. As they made their way, they noticed a steady stream of others also leaving the sect and heading in the same direction. To minimize the risk of encountering thieves, Yuan's group decided to travel with a larger crowd until they reached the nearest city equipped with a teleportation device. Yuan hoped to remain with the group until they reached the hidden domain, but after using the teleportation device to reach the city closest to the hidden domain, the group began to disperse. It became clear that the cultivators were purposefully going their separate ways, likely to avoid competition or unnecessary trouble as they approached the hidden domain. "Everyone must be wary of each other since we don't know who has a slot," Tan Songyun said after seeing the group scatter. "What should we do now?" Shi Meili asked. "There's nothing we can do except head to the hidden domain ourselves." Yuan shrugged. "That said, we shouldn't head there immediately. Let's wait a few more days before we do so." Chapter 1813, The Hidden Domain's Opening. "A few days. What are you going to do in the meantime?" Tan Songyun asked. Yuan smiled and said, "Look around you at this city. There are plenty of things to do. I haven't had a good meal in a while, so I'll be spending my time in restaurants." Tan Songyun raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Food? Cultivators don't need to eat, and that stuff will only dirty your body with impurities." Most cultivators avoided eating food or even drinking water for precisely this reason. The impurities in ordinary meals, even spiritual food, were considered detrimental to their refined bodies and cultivation progress. Instead, they sustained themselves by absorbing spiritual energy, whether through diligent cultivation or by utilizing spirit stones, which provided a pure and efficient source of nourishment. Can you even call yourself human if you stop eating food entirely? So what if it contains a little impurity? You can easily cleanse it. Yuan shook his head. Tan Songyun fell silent after hearing his response. Sometime later, they went to a nearby restaurant and filled their table with food, with Yingzi joining them at their feast. As for Tan Songyun, she merely cultivated in silence, not touching any of the food before her. After finishing their meal at one restaurant, they moved on to another, indulging in a variety of dishes. This pattern continued over the next few days, turning their journey into an impromptu food tour, much to the bewilderment of Tan Songyun. How can they eat this much? Tan Songyun wondered inwardly, her body trembling slightly at the mere thought of the sheer amount of impurities they must have consumed over the past few days. Unbeknownst to Tan Songyun, Yuan possessed an untainted body, a physique that automatically cleansed any impurities he consumed, rendering them completely harmless. She Mei, being a divine beast, also had a body that naturally purified impurities, though not as efficiently or rapidly as Yuan's untainted body. As for Yingzi, who has a chaotic heart, the situation was entirely different. Impurities, rather than being harmful, actually benefited her cultivation. With just 10 days remaining before the hidden domain's opening, Yuan and his group decided to conclude their leisurely detour and resume their journey. If nothing happens, we should arrive at the hidden domain in 6 days, Tan Songyun said as she rode her flying treasure with Shi Mei. By the way, what are you doing? Tan Songyun continued as she shifted her gaze to Yuan, who was using an ordinary sword as a flying sword. Are you talking about my flying sword? I prefer traveling like this, he said. I don't get it. It's too inefficient, she said. It may be, but it feels good. There's just something about soaring through the sky while standing on a sword. Tan Songyun merely shook her head inwardly at his weird preferences. After traveling for a day straight without encountering anyone, Tan Songyun suddenly warned Yuan through voice transmission. In case you didn't notice, we're being followed. I am aware, he calmly responded. Yuan had sensed their presence the moment they appeared, roughly 10 minutes ago. The individuals trailing them were skilled, maintaining a distance just far enough to avoid detection by most cultivators at the divine master level. However, they had severely underestimated Yuan's abilities, and Tan Songyun had deliberately concealed her true cultivation, suppressing it to appear as though she was only at the divine warrior realm, making their group seem like an easy target. They're probably trying to feel us out to see whether we have a slot or not. What do you want to do? Kill them? Tan Songyun asked. Why bother? As long as they don't act, we can ignore them. Are you afraid of them? Judging by their presence, they probably come from the upper heavens. Yuan chuckled openly, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Afraid? Why would I be afraid of them? I just find it a hassle, that's all. You. Tan Songyun's eyes widened in surprise as she realized what Yuan had done. He had deliberately made their pursuers aware that he knew of their presence, a move so bold it left her momentarily speechless. Sure enough, a few moments later, the people trailing them abandoned all attempts of stealth. Their presence became overbearing as they swiftly closed the distance and positioned themselves to block Yuan and his group's path. The group consisted of 2 individuals, a middle-aged woman and a young man, both radiating the aura of immortals. Their cultivation levels were at the peak of divine ancestor. How can we help you? Yuan asked, his tone calm and nonchalant, accompanied by a serene smile that showed no hint of concern despite the overwhelming pressure exuded by the duo. We'll get straight to the point. Give us your slots to the hidden domain, and we'll spare your lives, said the woman. Yuan raised an eyebrow and responded with a puzzled face. Slots to the hidden domain? What are you talking about? Do you think we are stupid? We know you're heading to the hidden domain. This is your last chance. The woman suddenly exuded some of her immortal qi. Shi Mei clenched her jaw after sensing the immortal qi, something she was not able to withstand in her current state. Seeing this, Tan Songyun used some of her own immortal qi to protect her. Oh, you're also an immortal. The middle-aged woman was somewhat surprised by Tan Songyun's ability to use immortal qi. It's no wonder why you're so calm, sir. The Novel Fire Note website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Did you descend to a lower heaven just to rob the people here? Do you even know what shame means? Yuan asked. You think we want to do this? The young man finally spoke. All of the slots for the hidden domain are taken, but we have to enter it no matter what. And what makes you think we don't need to enter the hidden domain? I don't have the time or patience to entertain you, the young man scoffed, his tone dripping with arrogance. He extended his hand toward Yuan's group, his gaze cold and commanding. Hand over your tokens now, or we'll take them by force. Chapter 1814, The Hidden Domain's Opening 2. Sorry, but that's not happening, Yuan calmly replied, a sneer of disdain spreading across his face. If you want our tokens, you'll have to take them from our corpses. However, I don't think you have the capabilities to make that happen. "Then you can die," the young man roared, his patience snapping. Immortal chi erupted from his body in a brilliant surge, the air around him trembling under the sheer force of his power as he prepared to strike. Seeing the young man's aggressive move, Tan Song-yun instinctively prepared to counter. However, before she could act, the middle-aged woman beside him intercepted. "You can deal with me," she shouted, her voice echoing with confidence as she unleashed a powerful blast of immortal chi toward Tan Song-yun and Shi Mei-li. Tan Song-yun was forced to go into the defense because of Shi Mei-li, who would not be able to endure the immortal chi as immortal. Meanwhile, the young man launched his assault on Yuan, his immortal chi surging forward like a tidal wave. The overwhelming force of his attack distorted the air around it, crackling with destructive energy as it barreled toward Yuan with tyrannical intensity. In response, Yuan calmly summoned his incomplete immortal chi. With a swift motion, he sliced through the young man's immortal chi as if it were nothing more than a thin veil. "What?" the young man exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Yuan. "What did you do just now?" "Sorry, but I don't have time to entertain you." Yuan calmly retrieved Baneful Abyss, its dark blade gleaming ominously in his hand. Activating True Dragon Transformation, his aura erupted with overwhelming force, surging to an intensity that momentarily stunned the young man, freezing him in place with sheer pressure and astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan moved with lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant. With the Baneful Abyss in hand, he launched a swift and precise strike aimed directly at the young man, the blade cutting through the air with a menacing hum as it bore down on its target. The young man instinctively reacted to the incoming attack, his body moving just in time to avoid a fatal blow to his neck. However, his evasive maneuver was not perfect, and the Baneful Abyss grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow but stinging cut. Afterward, Yuan calmly put away Baneful Abyss, an action that immediately puzzled his opponent. "What do you think you're?" The young man began to speak, but his words were abruptly cut off. His face contorted in excruciating pain as the Baneful Abyss's poison began coursing through his body, melting him from the inside. The young man's screams echoed as he staggered, clutching his body in desperation. "Young master?" The middle-aged woman abruptly stopped her clash with Tan Song-yun, her attention snapping toward the young man as his screams of agony filled the air. "Did nobody teach you to never look away in the middle of a battle?" Tan Song-yun remarked coldly, a sharp edge in her tone. Without hesitation, she seized the opportunity created by the woman's distraction, unleashing a decisive and fatal strike. The attack caught the woman off guard, sealing her fate. As for the young man, he also perished shortly after. Tan Song-yun glanced at the young man's corpse and swallowed nervously. See the Novel Firaniot website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What kind of poison is powerful enough to kill an immortal in seconds? She wondered inwardly. Shortly afterward, Yuan searched their bodies and acquired their spatial rings. "Radiant Sky Hall, have you heard of them?" Yuan asked as he examined the medallion he had retrieved from their spatial ring. "Radiant Sky Hall, they're a prominent sect within the seventh heaven," Tan Song-yun said with a slight frown on her face. "Let me see that medallion." Yuan handed the medallion to her, and she examined it more intently. A moment later, Tan Song-yun rubbed her eyes and sighed. "That young man you killed was the Radiant Sky Hall's prime disciple. He's essentially their sect leader's direct disciple." "So what? Are you saying I shouldn't have killed him?" "That would have definitely been better. But since you already killed him, there's nothing we can do." "Even if I killed him, there are no witnesses, so there's no way for the Radiant Sky Hall to know that I killed him," Yuan said. "Actually, it's quite common for sects and families in the upper heavens to place trackers on their most valuable members," Tan Song-yun revealed, her tone serious. "If anything happens to them, the sect or family would know immediately. The more advanced and expensive trackers can even identify and locate the individuals responsible for their deaths, though they are extremely rare and expensive, so I doubt the Radiant Sky Hall would use that for a mere disciple. Even if that's the case, what's done has been done." Also, they were in the wrong for trying to rob us in the first place. Unless the Radiant Sky Hall is shameless enough to come after us, who are the victims, we should be fine. Town Sang-yun nodded in agreement. Sorry for being in your way, and thank you for protecting me just now, Shi Mei said to Tan Sang-yun as they resumed their journey. Don't worry about it. Mortals are no match for immortals anyway. Tan Sang-yun looked at Yuan as she spoke, pondering about the incomplete immortal qi he used during his fight. Although it wasn't true immortal qi, it was very similar, and it even had the capability to fight true immortal qi, to use such a power when he's only at spirit enlightenment. What a monster, she sighed inwardly. If he's already this powerful at spirit enlightenment, I cannot imagine how powerful he'll become once he becomes an immortal. After traveling for several hours without any interruptions, Yuan and his group had to stop again when another group of individuals blocked them. You lot must be going to the hidden domain, hand over your tokens, and we'll spare your lives. The leader of this group demanded, Chapter 1815, the hidden domain's opening 3. This new group of thieves was significantly larger than the previous one, numbering over 100 individuals. However, despite their overwhelming numbers, their cultivation levels ranged only from Divine Warrior to Divine Lord. Young Master, let me deal with them for you. I also want to use this opportunity to test out the Supreme Seal. Feng Yusheng suddenly declared with an eager voice. Sear, the Novel Rear net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yuan nodded without hesitation. Sure, I'll leave them to you. A moment later, Feng Yusheng emerged from Yuan's dantian in a blaze of fiery elegance, and without offering the cultivators so much as a word, she unleashed her flames upon them, her phoenix fire sweeping across the battlefield. The flames consumed the group in an instant, reducing them to ashes before they had the chance to react. Unable to contain her excitement, Feng Yusheng laughed merrily. Ha ha ha! So this is the young master's power. It's marvelous. After the brief delay, Yuan and his group resumed their journey. Unfortunately, their troubles were far from over. Over the next several days, they faced numerous interruptions as more groups of opportunistic cultivators attempted to steal their tokens. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying would take turns removing the thieves. Are these people just stopping everyone heading to the hidden domain? Shi Mei sighed out loud after their 20th encounter with thieves. Seems like it. Yuan shrugged. Despite Yuan and his group's repeated assertions that they weren't headed to the hidden domain or didn't possess any entry slots, none of the thieves believed them. In fact, it only made them more aggressive. It reached the point that they stopped trying to avoid a fight and would just deal with the thieves on the spot without any talking. After 7 days of arduous traveling, Yuan and his group finally reached the location of the hidden domain. Nestled deep within the wilderness, the entrance was concealed behind a massive, roaring waterfall that cascaded down with breathtaking force. The sound of rushing water filled the air, and the misty spray created a mystical aura around the area. The area around the hidden domain was bustling with activity, packed with cultivators of all levels. Most of them, however, did not possess an entry token. Despite the Heavenly Beast sect's best efforts to keep the hidden domain's details a secret, the information had inevitably leaked to the public, drawing a massive crowd eager to try their luck or profit from the chaos. I'm willing to trade a mythic-grade treasure for a single slot. I'll offer 2 ancient-rank martial techniques for a slot. The area resembled a bustling open market, with people shouting their offers for an entry slot to the hidden domain. Whenever a new face appeared, the entire crowd's attention would inevitably shift, their eyes filled with suspicion, curiosity, or greed. The moment Yuan's group arrived, countless gazes locked onto them, evaluating their strength, identity, and most importantly, whether they might be carrying entry tokens. Yuan's group paid no attention to the stairs and headed directly to the entrance of the hidden domain, a shimmering portal hidden behind the massive waterfall and protected by several powerful formations. The sect leader of the Heavenly Beast sect was guarding the entrance with several other experts. Of course, Hong Ling was there too. "Welcome to the hidden domain, esteemed guests," Sect Leader Bao smiled upon seeing them. "So we can only enter with an entry token?" Yuan asked. "No. Anyone can enter, since this isn't the only entrance you have to go through to enter the Immortal Monastery. That said, we cannot allow just anyone to enter. Currently, we're only allowing those with a verified identity or trustworthy background to enter, as we don't want any unnecessary troublemakers." "I see. Would you like to enter now?" "Yes." Sect Leader Bao opened the formation, allowing Yuan and his group to enter. "I'll show them around." Hong Ling suddenly said. "Okay." Sect Leader Bao nodded. "Follow me." Following Hong Ling, Yuan and his companions stepped through the portal on the other side. They found themselves in a sprawling, seemingly bustling city. The architecture was grand and vibrant, exuding an air of ancient sophistication. However, it quickly became apparent that something was amiss. Despite the city's appearance, none of the stores were open for business. The shops stood eerily empty, their interiors devoid of any goods or signs of activity. Not a single vendor or resident could be found, giving the city an unsettling, lifeless quality. The only people present were fellow visitors to the hidden domain, cultivators who had entered through the portal, their curious gazes sweeping over the strange, deserted cityscape. However, as Yuan's eyes scanned the city, an unexpected feeling washed over him. It was a sense of nostalgia, almost as if he'd been to this place before. "This is the City of Radiance," Yuan subconsciously muttered as he recalled Tian Yang's memories of visiting this city before. "Huh. You know this place?" Hong Ling asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Heavenly Beast sect had spent years trying to uncover information about the city, yet their efforts yielded little to nothing. He nodded calmly. "This city existed near the borders of the Immortal Monastery. It was a popular hangout spot for the disciples." "How do you know this?" Hong Ling inquired. "My family has records of the Immortal Monastery." "I see." Yuan retrieved the baneful abyss and wore it around his waist so Jiran could see the scenery. This is City of Radiance." Jiran immediately recognized the place. "Where is the Immortal Monastery?" Yuan asked a moment later. Hong Ling pointed toward a majestic mountain in the distance, its peak shrouded in a thick fog. "The entrance to the Immortal Monastery is at the top of that mountain." "It's not open yet, but do you want to go now?" "I was going to show you around the city first," Hong Ling said. Yuan shook his head and said, "No, let's take a look around the city first." "Understood," she acknowledged. Chapter 1816, City of Radiance. When we first discovered the hidden domain, we thought this city was all it had to offer, Hong Ling explained as they walked through the streets of the City of Radiance. "Because of the size of this city, it took us several years to search through it thoroughly. Unfortunately, we didn't find many treasures here." Her tone carried a hint of frustration, clearly recalling the disappointment of their fruitless efforts. "While most hidden domains are treasure troves, offering priceless artifacts or cultivation techniques, that's not always the case," she continued. "Some hidden domains turn out to be completely barren with nothing of value to offer. For a while, we thought this was one of those." As they continued their walk through the city, Yuan and his group noticed other visitors rifling through the empty stores like desperate bandits. Some tore apart shelves and counters in search of hidden compartments, while others pried at walls and floors, hoping to uncover secret caches. The scene was chaotic, filled with muttered curses and the occasional exclamation of frustration as their efforts turned up nothing. It was clear that, despite the city's emptiness, the visitors weren't ready to give up on the possibility of hidden treasures lurking within its abandoned structures. "Are you okay with them tearing up this place like that?" Feng Yusheng asked, raising an eyebrow as she glanced at the chaotic scene around them. Hong Ling smiled faintly and replied, "As long as they don't alter the structure of the city or cause any major damage, it's fine. Besides, entering the hidden domain isn't free. The Heavenly Beast sect collects fees for access for those without a slot, so it's not like we aren't benefiting from their desperation." Hong Ling didn't bother stating the obvious that the Heavenly Beast sect had already scoured every inch of this city with meticulous care. They had left no stone unturned, no hidden compartment unchecked, as they ventured deeper into the city, Yuan's sense of nostalgia grew increasingly profound. Every detail, the architecture, the layout of the streets, and even the faint traces of energy lingering in the air, stirred something deep within him. That noodle store belonged to Granny Mai, Yuan thought, his gaze lingering on a small, dirty, and run-down store nestled between two much larger and more luxurious establishments. A faint smile touched his lips as memories stirred within him. She would always give me a free meal whenever I visited, even when I insisted on paying. A few blocks down, Yuan's gaze landed on an old smithy, its structure dusty and abandoned. Uncle Dong, Yuan thought, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. The memory of the reliable blacksmith surfaced clearly in his mind. Uncle Dong had always been there to help fixing Tianyang's swords whenever they became too worn or damaged from rigorous use. Eventually, Yuan and his group reached the outer area of the city, where the shops and bustling streets gave way to rows of residential buildings. The houses varied in size and design, but most shared an elegant simplicity, showcasing the same ancient craftsmanship as the rest of the city. However, like the rest of the city, these homes were eerily empty, their windows dark and lifeless, as though the residents had vanished without a trace. "This is the residential area. There's not much to see here," Hong Ling said, her tone casual as she began to turn, clearly intending to lead them elsewhere. "Wait," Yuan interjected, his voice calm but firm. "There's a place I want to visit?" "Huh. Sure," Hong Ling replied, nodding despite the puzzled expression on her face. She followed Yuan, clearly curious about what he was looking for. Without another word, Yuan stepped forward and began leading the group deeper into the residential area. His movements were confident, as if he knew exactly where he was going. Seeing this, Hong Ling wondered inwardly, this should be his first time here, but why does it feel like he is very familiar with this place, almost as if he'd lived here for his entire life? After walking several blocks in silence, Yuan came to a halt in front of an unassuming building. It was modest in design, blending seamlessly with the other residential structures around it. The building's weathered exterior showed signs of age, but there was an undeniable warmth to its simplicity. Yuan stood still for a moment, gazing at it with a mix of nostalgia and melancholy, as though memories from long ago were flooding back to him. "This is the place you want to visit?" Hong Ling asked. He nodded and said, "I'm going to check it out." "Can we come with you?" Hong Ling continued. "Sure." They stepped inside the building shortly after, immediately noticing how tight and compact the interior was. The small space felt even more cramped with the entire group inside. There was little to no furnishing, only a few bare, dusty shelves and an empty table in the corner. A thick layer of dust coated every surface, and cobwebs hung in the corners. Yuan didn't say a word or take any specific action as he stood inside the building. He simply looked around, his gaze wandering slowly across the small, dusty Space Seer, Thiel, Novellier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. There was a certain reverence in his expression, as though he were marveling at something unseen to the others. "All right, I'm done," he said a few minutes later. "Huh? That's it?" "You made it seem like you were looking for something," Hong Ling remarked with a dumbfounded expression on her face. "It's a misunderstanding," he said, offering no explanation. "All right, let's head to the Immortal Monastery now, shall we?" he continued. "Sure," Hong Ling nodded in a dazed manner. "Young master, what were you searching for?" Jiran asked curiously. "I wanted to check if this city is real or just a replica of the City of Radiance," he revealed. "A replica?" "This place looks real to me," Jiran remarked. "That's what I thought at first, too. Unfortunately, that isn't the case." "What?" Jiran swallowed nervously after hearing this chapter 1817 City of Radiance, too. "This City of Radiance is a replica? So it's fake? For what purpose?" Jiran questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion as he tried to make sense of Yuan's revelation. "I don't know," Yuan replied thoughtfully, "but whoever made this place definitely invested an immense amount of energy and effort to ensure it was as realistic and detailed as possible." "What about the Immortal Monastery? Are you saying that it's also fake?" Possibly, but we won't know for certain until we see it, although Yuan claimed he didn't know why anyone would go to such lengths to create a replica of the City of Radiance. Several possibilities crossed his mind. One plausible explanation was that this hidden domain could be a trap, a meticulously crafted lure designed to draw people in for some unknown purpose. Sear, the Novel Period website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hidden domains always attracted attention, drawing cultivators from far and wide with the promise of treasures and opportunities. It wasn't unheard of for such places to be disguised traps, crafted to exploit the greed and curiosity of those who entered. Another possibility was that the City of Radiance had been replicated simply to serve as a replacement for the original, which may have long since perished. In this case, the replica might not hold any sinister purpose or hidden agenda. Instead, it could be nothing more than a decorative tribute, a way to preserve the memory of a once glorious city. Perhaps it was created by someone who revered the original City of Radiance, ensuring that its legacy would not be forgotten, even if its inhabitants and purpose had vanished with time. Sometime later, they arrived at the bottom of the mountain that led to the Immortal Monastery. "The entrance to the Immortal Monastery is at the top," said Hongling, as she stepped onto the first step. Feng Yuxiang raised an eyebrow at her actions and asked, "We're walking? Why don't we just fly up there?" Hongling smiled at her words and calmly responded, "Go ahead and try, flying up there, I mean." Feng Yuxiang didn't think much about it and gathered her spiritual energy. However, when she tried flying, she realized she couldn't control her spiritual energy, almost as if something was disrupting it. "What's going on?" Feng Yuxiang muttered as she tried gathering her spiritual energy again, only for them to disperse due to a lack of control. Although this world has spiritual energy and we can cultivate it, we cannot control it for some reason, Hongling revealed. We're almost no different from mortals while we are inside the hidden domain. "Seriously?" Feng Yuxiang muttered with their ability to use spiritual energy sealed. They were forced to walk up the mountain, which contained tens of thousands of steps. Fortunately, while they could not use their spiritual energy, their cultivation wasn't affected, allowing them to climb the mountain without breaking any sweat. It was mostly a chore, an inconvenience than anything. Upon reaching the peak of the mountain, they found themselves on a spacious flat surface, its layout eerily reminiscent of the peak of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. In the distance, near the edge of the mountain, stood a massive open gate colored in gold. Above it, a grand sign displayed the words, "Immortal Monastery" in bold, majestic script, exuding an aura of authority and timelessness. "I never thought I would see the immortal gates again," Jiran commented in a teary voice as he stared at the gates. "That's the Immortal Monastery. Where's the rest of the sect?" Jimeli asked. "That gate is also a teleporter. It'll lead us to the Immortal Monastery once it opens," Yuan said. Hongling nodded and said, "Indeed, and only those with a token will be able to enter the Immortal Monastery. Everyone else will have to stay here." "There's so much more than 20,000 people here," Shimeli remarked after scanning the area with her gaze. Despite there only being 20,000 slots available, there were more than 50,000 people at the peak of the mountain. This did not include the thousands of people searching the city. "Young master, what do you think about the gate?" "It looks real to me," Jiran asked him. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the golden gates after a moment of silence. He said, "It definitely looks real, but I have no real way of knowing whether it's real or just another perfect replica. The only reason I knew the City of Radiance is a replica is because something I left in my living quarters at the real one was missing. However, there's nothing about the gate I can use to compare. If anything, you should be more familiar with it than me." Jiran sighed. "Unfortunately, I really can't tell. I haven't seen the Immortal Monastery since the primordial era, so my memories of it are not reliable at all. Honestly, even if my memory was perfect, I don't think I'd be able to tell. I guess we'll only be certain once we go inside. It's extremely risky, but there's a reason why I'm here," Yuan said. "Well then, you guys can do whatever you want until the Immortal Monastery opens." "I'll head back to my master now," Hongling said a moment later. "All right, thanks for the tour," Feng Yuxiang said. Once Hongling left, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan's dantian to rest. "I'll be back." Tan Songyun suddenly said. "You see your friends?" Yuan guessed. "Something like that." Tan Songyun didn't explain further and walked away. Yuan then watched as she approached two beautiful ladies in the crowd. "Hello, Senior Sister Li, Senior Sister Zhang," Tan Songyun greeted them. "Oh, if it isn't Junior Sister Tan? What are you doing here?" asked one of the ladies, who was wearing a bright red robe. "I'm here to participate in the hidden domain. Are you also here as participants?" Tan Songyun asked, her tone polite and refined. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to how she spoke with Yuan, graceful and poised, resembling the renowned zither goddess she had been before her heart was broken. Her words carried an air of elegance that drew the attention of those around her. Chapter 1818, Immortal Monastery. "Yes, although we weren't that interested at first. We came here after hearing about the Immortal Monastery. Believe it or not, my ancestors used to be disciples of the Immortal Monastery, at least according to the records they left behind," said the red-robed woman, who was surnamed Zhang. "I decided to tag along with her since it sounded interesting," said Fairy Li. "What about you, Junior Sister Tan? Where have you been lately?" "It's been years since we've heard from you," Fairy Zhang inquired. "I went to fulfill my pact of vengeance," she calmly said. "Oh, you finally found that bastard who broke your heart? Did you tear him limb from limb?" Fairy Li's eyes flickered with excitement. "I hope you cut off his manhood." Fairy Zhang gestured a chopping motion with her arm. Yuan's eyes widened at these ladies' viciousness that betrayed their gentle appearances. Tan Songyun shook her head and said, "I found him, but the situation is much more complicated than I thought." "What's so complicated about it?" "The man toyed with you and broke your heart. It's as simple as it gets." Tan Songyun sighed. "I wish it were that simple. Don't worry, I'm handling it right now." "Well, it's your pact of vengeance, so we have no say in how you want to take revenge. However, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to contact us. You're Lady Wei's favorite, after all," Fairy Li said. "Can you stop saying it like that? It has a weird tone to it." "But it's true. The two of you are like real sisters," Fairy Zhang remarked. Tan Songyun and these two individuals continued chatting for the next several days, with Tan Songyun recalling her experiences of the last few years without mentioning Yuan directly. Yuan and Shi Meili merely sat together in silence, patiently waiting for the Immortal Monastery to open. During the next few days, numerous people approached Yuan and Shi Meili, hoping to acquire an entry slot. However, both of them consistently denied possessing one, calmly explaining that they were only there to spectate. While some individuals resorted to slightly aggressive questioning, they ultimately walked away without escalating the situation. Unlike in the outside world, their inability to use spiritual energy inside the hidden domain made any potential conflict far riskier. Additionally, acting like a bandit in such a public setting, surrounded by other famous cultivators, would severely tarnish their reputations. The Immortal Monastery will be open shortly. Everyone with an entry slot, please gather before the Golden Gates, Sect Leader Bao announced shortly after he appeared on the peak. Hearing this, all of the participants began gathering in front of the entrance. Feng Yuxiang emerged from Yuan's dantian and said, "Good luck, you guys." Since she wasn't participating, she had to stay outside with the others. Sear Tho Novel of Ire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "By the way, what about Xiaohua?" Feng Yuxiang asked through voice transmission. Yuan sighed. "Due to her status as an exile, I do not want to expose her to so many people from the upper heavens here if I don't have to. I'll see if I can enter with her first. If I can enter with my soul weapons, there's a good chance I can enter with Xiaohua inside my dantian. In that case, I'll come with you," Feng Yuxiang said before returning to his dantian again. A few minutes later, the massive golden gates began to emit a profound and ancient aura. The energy spread outward in a ripple, sweeping across the entire area like an invisible wave. The aura carried a weight of timelessness as though it had existed for millennia, untouched by the flow of time. Those present could feel its immense power, leaving many in awe and silence as they braced themselves for what was about to unfold. The aura continued to surge forth like a broken dam, each ripple growing increasingly powerful as it radiated across the area. The sheer intensity of the energy made the air feel heavier with every wave, pressing down on everyone present. Some cultivators instinctively took a step back, their faces pale as they struggled to withstand the overwhelming force. This is immortal chi. A mere gate is exuding immortal chi? I cannot imagine what the rest of the immortal monastery will look like. The participants trembled with excitement. Sometime later, the aura ceased its outward expansion, but it continued to radiate power around the golden gate. Then a deep, ancient voice echoed across the area, its tone imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority and timelessness. Each word resonated deeply, causing the souls of those present to tremble in reverence, as if they were before a god. "Welcome to the Immortal Monastery. My surname is Jian, and I was once called the Ancient Immortal." Ancient Immortal. Jai Ran exclaimed in shock after hearing this name. "That's the Immortal Monastery's founder, however. This makes no sense. The ancestor died long before the sect collapsed. Why would he create a place like this?" Hearing this, Yuan said, "He could be an imposter for all we know." "That's true. Even I don't know what the founder's voice sounds like, so this could very well be a fake." The voice continued, its tone unwavering and solemn. "I created this place shortly before my death as a safeguard in the event that the Immortal Monastery is ever destroyed or ceases to exist, as pessimistic as that might sound. If the Immortal Monastery still stands to this very day, consider this an opportunity to glimpse what life was like during its earliest days. You will also have the chance to earn rewards, powerful martial techniques, cultivation methods, treasures, and rare herbs that were available during the primordial era. However, do not think these rewards will come easily. Only by passing the trials I have created will you be deemed worthy of acquiring them. If you somehow manage to pass all of my trials, I will even allow you to inherit my legacy, which includes the Immortal Monastery." The moment these words echoed through the air, the crowd's collective breath hitched. Many swallowed hard, their eyes flickering with unmistakable greed and desire. Chapter 1819, Entering the Immortal Monastery. The Ancient Immortal's Legacy. Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with excitement. "I've heard about him before. He was one of the earliest cultivators to reach immortality. If he could achieve the immortal realm during such an early period when cultivation was barely developed, I can only imagine the kind of heaven-defying cultivation techniques he must have possessed." "Forget that. We get to inherit the Immortal Monastery. Doesn't this mean we will inherit all of their techniques? I'm willing to risk my life for this opportunity." After a moment of pause, the Ancient Immortal continued speaking. "Only those who have a token will be able to participate in my trials. I have left behind 20,000 tokens. Anyone without a token who tries to participate will be erased from existence. I will begin calling the number on the tokens in an hour." When the Ancient Immortal mentioned the numbers, a few people holding entry tokens instinctively glanced at them. To their surprise, a faint number now glowed on their tokens, something that hadn't been there before. However, not everyone's token bore a number. The absence of this marking on some tokens caused unease to ripple through the crowd, as it likely meant those tokens were fakes. "Why don't my token have a number? What is the meaning of this?" Someone eventually shouted, his voice filled with anger. "Mine is also missing a number." "Mine too. Does this mean our token is fake?" Sect leader Bao. What is the meaning of this?" The people with a fake entry token immediately turned to Sect Leader Bao for answers, as the Heavenly Beast Sect was responsible for handing out the tokens. "How dare you try to scam us with these fake entry slots? Do you know who you're messing with? Fuck. I paid a fucking fortune for this entry slot. I demand an answer, Heavenly Beast Sect. Did you really think you'd get away scamming us? I'll burn down the Heavenly Beast Sect myself if that's the case." Sect Leader Bao appeared genuinely shocked and confused by the sudden revelation about the tokens. However, his days were short-lived as the situation quickly escalated. When people began directing their anger and threats toward the Heavenly Beast sect, his expression hardened. With so many powerful cultivators and influential figures from the upper heavens present, the sect could not afford to offend them. Doing so would undoubtedly spell disaster and potentially lead to the destruction of the Heavenly Beast sect leader Bao straightened his posture, his voice steady but tinged with urgency as he addressed the crowd. "Everybody, please calm down and listen to me. The tokens my Heavenly Beast sect handed out are definitely real. Every single one was acquired directly from this place, so it's extremely unlikely they are fake." He paused, his gaze sharp as he swept across the crowd. "Now, I have a question for those of you with a fake token," he continued, his tone demanding yet composed. "Did you acquire the token directly from my sect, or did you obtain it through another source? If you did not acquire a token directly through my Heavenly Beast sect, there's a good chance you were scammed. In such a case, it is not my Heavenly Beast sect's responsibility to compensate you." The area grew quiet, and those with fake tokens stood dumbfounded as they realized they had been scammed. The others, after hearing sect leader Bao's explanation, couldn't find a reason to blame the Heavenly Beast sect, and mostly sided with him. If someone had purchased a token from outside the Heavenly Beast sect, it was their responsibility to do their due diligence to ensure they weren't buying a fake token. Scams like these were not uncommon, especially when dealing with something as valuable as entry tokens to a hidden domain. Eventually, someone broke the silence. I got my token directly from the Heavenly Beast sect, too, or are you calling us liars?" "That's exactly what I am calling you," sect leader Bao roared. "I don't care if you're from the upper heavens or not. I have registered the identity of everyone who received a token from our sect. If you claim to have gotten your token from us, you should be willing to give us your name so that we can verify it." Once sect leader Bao mentioned a list of verified token holders, those who had been shouting moments ago fell instantly silent. The atmosphere grew still, and the area became quiet once again. Meanwhile, everyone took out their token to verify they had the real ones. Yuan also did the same, and sure enough, all 5 of his tokens had a number on them. Here, after verifying the tokens, Yuan handed token number 11923 to Shi Meili, 7129 to Lan Yingying, and 17,441 to Yingzi, leaving numbers 7,688 and 2,025 to himself and Jiran's. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is anyone willing to sell their real token to me? I'll pay any amount." One of the individuals with a fake token shouted, their voice brimming with desperation. Others in the same predicament quickly joined in, their frantic pleas echoing through the area as they scrambled to secure a legitimate token, willing to offer anything to enter the immortal monastery. A few individuals holding real tokens seized the opportunity to secure an immediate and guaranteed profit. Despite setting exorbitant prices, the desperation of those with fake tokens ensured that the real tokens were purchased almost instantly. An hour later, the ancient immortal's voice resounded once more, echoing across the area. "The immortal monastery will now open. Those with numbers 1 to 1,000 may enter the immortal gates and begin their trial. You have 3 minutes to do so, or you'll lose your chance to enter." As soon as the announcement ended, a wave of movement erupted. People rushed toward the gates where a massive portal shimmered. Eager to visit the immortal monastery, however, even at a glance it was obvious that far more than 1,000 individuals were rushing toward the gates. The moment those without a real token, or any token at all, attempted to step into the portal, a terrifying sight unfolded. Their bodies and souls were instantly vaporized by an unseen force, leaving nothing behind. This shocked everyone, momentarily halting their movements. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com. Chapter 1820. Entering the Immortal Monastery 2. When those who thought about sneaking inside the Immortal Monastery despite the ancient immortal's warning saw the brutal deaths of the first few deaths, they instantly changed their minds. However, the ancient immortal had different plans. "Foolish hoarders who ignored my warning, you all deserve death. The ancient immortal spoke in a grim voice. The next moment, the golden gates emitted another powerful pulse of energy, sending a ripple cascading across the area. When the ripple reached those who had attempted to enter the immortal monastery without a token, but hadn't yet reached the gates, their bodies were instantly vaporized, erased from existence as if they had never been there. The shocking display left everyone watching frozen in fear and disbelief. The ruthlessness of the ancient immortal gave a glimpse of what might be to come in the trials. Some of the victims were immortals who came from the upper heavens, with a few even being immoral cultivators. However, they were still powerless before the ancient immortal's powers. I will not repeat myself. Those who disrespect my authority will be erased. 1 minute left. The ancient immortal spoke after a moment of silence. After being reminded of the time limit, those numbered 1 to 1,000 snapped out of their daze and hastily rushed into the portal. Once the remaining minute was over, the ancient immortal's voice resounded again. Numbers 1,001 to 2,000 may enter the immortal gates now. You have 3 minutes. This time, the exact number of people allowed, 1,000, approached the immortal gates. The gruesome fate of the previous group had left an indelible impression on everyone present, and not a single person dared to attempt sneaking into the immortal monastery without a legitimate token. 3 minutes passed without any incident. Numbers 2,001 to 3,000 may enter the immortal gates now. You have 3 minutes. I'll send you directly to the front, Yuan said to Jiran, who had number 2,025. Okay. I'll see you inside the immortal monastery, young lord. Yuan grabbed the baneful abyss and tossed it directly toward the immortal gates with the token. What's that? The people there first thought someone was trying to launch an attack, but the following scene shocked many people there. When the baneful abyss reached the immortal gates, Jiran emerged from the soul weapon, and his god Ascension Realm aura surged forth like a tidal wave. A spirit? No, that's a physical soul. He must be a god Ascension Realm cultivator. After coming out of the baneful abyss, Jiran didn't immediately enter the immortal gates. Instead, he bowed before it, almost as if paying respects to it. I can sense a familiar energy coming from you, the ancient immortal's voice suddenly echoed. The unexpected statement startled everyone still present, including Jiran and Yuan. The implication behind such words, that the ancient immortal was still conscious, perhaps even alive, sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. I remember now this energy is from the immortal's seal, something only disciples of the immortal monastery may receive, and judging by its powerful energy, you must have held a high position within the sect state your identity. Disciple. Jiran immediately responded. This one is called Jiran, and I once held the position of sect leader within the immortal monastery. It's an honor to be in your presence, immortal founder. Jiran's words sent another wave of shock to those present. Immortal monastery's sect leader? But the immortal monastery should have ceased to exist since the primordial era, someone muttered out loud. Does that mean he's from the primordial era? I have never met someone so ancient before. He's a god Ascension Realm cultivator, so he has an infinite lifespan. However, even with unlimited longevity, it's incredibly rare to survive this long. The ancient immortal's voice returned, its tone filled with intrigue. So you were a sect leader, huh? In that case, what do you seek from my trial? I wasn't sure at first, but after hearing what you said about experiencing the immortal monastery in its earliest days, I decided that's what I wanted to do, Jiran said. I see. I have many questions, but I'm not in a position to ask them now. In any case, even if you were once the sect leader of my immortal monastery, I will not make the trials easier for you, said the ancient immortal. Yes, Soark, the Novel Fire. Newt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Jiran entered the immortal gates shortly after. After Jiran entered the immortal gates, the crowd's attention shifted almost immediately to Yuan. Whispers spread among the onlookers, their gazes filled with intrigue and curiosity. Yuan, who had been the one to bring Jiran out, now stood at the center of attention, with everyone wondering about his identity and his connection with Jiran and the immortal monastery. Maybe he's that sect leader's disciple. So, he's a disciple of the immortal monastery? The immortal monastery doesn't exist anymore, not physically. But as long as one of its disciples remains, the immortal monastery is technically still alive. Many people there took note of Yuan's appearance, but due to his mask, they were only able to memorize his outer appearance and those around him. Sometime later, the ancient immortal said, "Numbers 7001 to 8000 may enter the immortal gates now. You have 3 minutes." Lan Yingying and Yuan began making their way to the immortal gates, since they were numbered 7129 and 7688. "Good luck," Shimeli said to them. "I'll see you inside," he nodded. "You too," said Lan Yingying. Once they reached the immortal gates, Yuan said to Lan Yingying, "You can go inside first. I have a question for the ancient immortal. Okay?" Lan Yingying nodded and entered the portal. Yuan then looked at the immortal gates and spoke. "I only have 1 token, but I am a beast tamer, and I have my servants with me. Can they enter without a token? They won't be participating in the trial, of course. Chapter 1821, Entering the Immortal Monastery 3. A beast tamer, huh? Indeed, I can sense several presences within you," the ancient immortal responded shortly after. "You were with the immortal monastery's sect leader? What is your connection with the immortal monastery and the sect leader?" Instead of giving a response, the ancient immortal questioned Yuan. Hearing this, Yuan decided to answer truthfully, with some minor lies mixed within. "I helped the sect leader escape the Shadow Realm, a place where souls are damned to wander for eternity. In exchange for helping him, sect leader Ji agreed to make me his disciple and the successor of the immortal monastery, the Shadow Realm." The spectators present gasped in shock after hearing about this ominous place. See Theo novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He actually released someone from the Shadow Realm? Does he not fear offending the heavens? The Celestial Emperor? Why would it offend the Celestial Emperor? It's not as if our current Celestial Emperor was responsible for what happened during the Heavenly War of Immortals or gods. No, but if the Celestial Emperor wanted to, he could easily free those in the Shadow Realm at any point. The fact he hasn't means he doesn't want them to leave for whatever reason. There were 2 main reasons why nobody dared to assist those within the Shadow Realm. First, the place was incredibly dangerous. The majority of the souls dwelling there had long lost their rationality, their souls corrupted over time. They were no different from malevolent spirits, driven by pure instinct and malice, making it perilous for anyone to venture near them. The second reason was that nobody wanted to offend the Celestial Emperor. Just like a certain individual had mentioned, the Celestial Emperor had the power and authority to release the souls within the Shadow Realm, but he hasn't for whatever reason. "So you saved the sect leader. Very well, I shall make this a special occasion and allow you to enter with those residing within you, despite having only a single token. However, they will not be able to participate in the trial, nor will you be able to contact them until you are finished with the trial," the ancient immortal finally said. Yuan bowed to the ancient immortal. "Thank you, Senior. Since you are now part of the immortal monastery, you should address me as founder." "Yes, founder. Now get going." "You have less than 10 seconds to enter." "Yes, founder." "Now get going." "You have less than 10 seconds to enter." Yuan nodded and entered the portal with just 2 seconds left. As Yuan stepped through the immortal gates, his vision momentarily blanked and an unsettling sensation washed over him. It didn't take long for him to notice a profound change within his body, and it was not a good one. His strength faded away, his talents sealed, and, most disturbingly, his cultivation had completely vanished. At this moment, Yuan realized he was no different from a mortal, stripped of all the power and talents he had. When Yuan's vision returned, he found himself standing in a serene courtyard nestled in the heart of a bamboo forest. The gentle rustling of the bamboo leaves in the wind contrasted starkly with the unsettling changes he had just experienced. Around him were the other participants, all with tokens numbered 7001 to 8000. They stood scattered throughout the courtyard, their expressions varying between confusion, weariness, and curiosity as they took in their surroundings. "Where the hell are we? This doesn't look like the immortal monastery," someone exclaimed. "Fuck! My entire cultivation is gone. I also cannot sense my physique or talents. What's happening? Did we get tricked?" The participants began to panic as they realized their powers had completely vanished, leaving them as vulnerable as mortals. Murmurs of confusion and fear spread through the group, their voices rising as they struggled to understand the puzzling situation. While the others were consumed by their panic, Yuan stood quietly, his expression calm. His gaze wandered over the courtyard and bamboo forest with a nostalgic glint. "This place is the bamboo garden," Yuan thought to himself. "The very first trial where one must prove their worth before being allowed to even step foot into the immortal monastery as a disciple." Tian Yang's memories inside this place began to resurface again, but he didn't have the time to reminisce. Yuan began inspecting his body. Sure enough, he was no different than a mortal. As for his connection with Feng Yuxiang and the others, he couldn't even sense them, almost as if his connection to them was completely cut off. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing the immortal monastery's uniform appeared before the group and spoke in a commanding and authoritative tone. "Shut up and listen up, you greenhorns. My surname is Zhou, and you will all address me as Senior Zhou for as long as you are here. You are currently in the bamboo garden, where you take your first steps to become a proud disciple of the immortal monastery. In order to be acknowledged as a disciple of the immortal monastery, you must first prove that you have the talents to become a cultivator. You will be given a cultivation technique after this introduction, and only when you comprehend the cultivation technique and become a cultivator are you allowed to become a disciple of the immortal monastery. The time limit is 4 years. If you fail to become a cultivator by then, you will be executed, so you'd best study like your life depends on it. I will now give you some time to digest everything before we continue." "I am also not accepting any questions at this moment." The courtyard was eerily silent for the first several moments, with everyone trying to comprehend their situation. So this is what the ancient immortal meant by experiencing the immortal monastery in its earliest days. Someone eventually spoke out loud. "I was told the theme of the hidden domain would be role play. I guess this is what they meant. The trial seems a bit too easy," someone suddenly remarked. "Although they have taken away our cultivation, we are still experts. It won't take more than a few days to pass this trial." Hearing this, many people nodded, agreeing with this individual. After all, even if they lost all of their cultivation, their memories and experience as cultivators remained. With this in mind, having 4 years to become a cultivator again seemed overly generous. Not that anyone minded. Chapter 1822, Bamboo Garden. "All right, enough chattering. Follow me, I will show you around the bamboo forest first," said Senior Joe a few moments later. The group began following Senior Joe around the bamboo garden. They started from the nearest facility, the cafeteria. "This is your dining area. It will only be opened 2 times a day for breakfast and dinner. In addition to studying your cultivation technique, everyone here will have a weekly quota to fill, and if you fail to meet your quota, you will be punished." "What sort of quota?" someone asked. "What do you think?" Senior Joe replied with a faint smirk. "You're no different from servants in your current position. So you'll naturally do what servants do, from chopping and collecting bamboo to gathering water. That's the quota you'll be fulfilling, although it sounded tedious and pointless. Nobody there really paid any mind to the quota, since they were confident they would earn the qualification to leave his bamboo garden very soon, with many of them aiming to become a cultivator in less than a day. The next area Senior Joe brought them was the bamboo stream, where the servants go to wash their clothes. Search the Novellarinet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "You'll be washing your clothes here," Senior Joe continued, his tone nonchalant. "If you're still hungry, even after visiting the cafeteria, you can catch your own food a little further upstream where fish are available." The participants stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. The thought of washing their own clothes was unthinkable. Most of them had servants who handled such mundane tasks, and others simply bought new clothes, discarding the old ones whenever they got dirty. As cultivators, none of them could imagine stooping to such laborious tasks. However, once again they quickly reassured themselves, believing they would regain their cultivation within a day. With this confidence, they dismissed the need to concern themselves with such menial tasks. Right next to the bamboo stream stood the training hall, a modest structure where the servants would go to train their bodies. However, the training conducted here was far from the rigorous cultivation regimens the participants were accustomed to. Instead, it consisted of basic exercises designed for mortals, intended solely to strengthen the body without the aid of spiritual energy or cultivation techniques to the participants. This hall seemed almost laughable, a stark contrast to the grand training grounds they were used to as cultivators. The training hall is open all day. Cultivation is not all about spiritual energy. You also need to strengthen your body, the foundation. Senior Joe spoke with a profound expression on his face. A few minutes later, they arrived at a spacious area filled with neatly stacked piles of bamboo. The scent of freshly cut wood lingered in the air, mingling with the rustle of leaves from the surrounding forest. "This is where you'll hand over your quota," Senior Joe said, gesturing to the piles. "Once you've fulfilled your quota, head to that building over there for confirmation." He pointed to a modest structure nearby, its simple design blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Senior Joe continued the tour of the bamboo garden, a process that stretched nearly the entire day. By the time they finished, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows over the bamboo garden. At the very end, he brought the group to their living quarters and said, "The men's living quarters are to the right, and the women's living quarters are to the left. Although you'll be working and training with each other, you are strictly prohibited from entering each other's living quarters. This will conclude the tour. Once I dismiss you, go ahead and pick your living quarters. They're all the same, so don't waste time looking for the best or most spacious one. Once you've chosen, write your name on the door and take your keys. As for your cultivation technique, you'll find it inside your living quarter. You are only given one for free, so try not to lose it." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group to ensure they were paying attention. "Tomorrow, at sunrise, everyone will gather here. If you fail to show up, you will be considered to have deserted, which is punishable by death. If you have any questions, save them for tomorrow." With that, he gestured for the group to disperse before turning around and quickly disappearing from the place. While most people left to secure their living quarters, some stayed behind to chat with each other. "Yua, young master?" A familiar voice called out to Yuan, who stayed behind. Yuan turned around to see a beautiful young lady approaching him. "Ying-Ying," he smiled after seeing her pretty face. "Let's go somewhere more private." He pointed at an empty area in the distance. Lan Ying-Ying nodded and followed him. Once alone, Yuan asked, "How are you feeling?" "Very weird, with my cultivation and powers gone. It doesn't feel like I am in my own body," she said. "Can you transform?" Yuan asked. "No," she shook her head. "I also cannot feel our connection despite being beside each other. It's almost as if our connection no longer exists. I also cannot feel Feng Feng or the others' presence despite entering the immortal monastery with them. I have a feeling these bodies were created solely for the trial, and our real bodies are elsewhere," Yuan explained, as he looked at his palm. "What should we do now?" Lan Ying-Ying asked after digesting the situation. "The goal of this trial is still unclear, but if we take the ancient immortal's words at face value, we should just follow the flow and act like we're really servants trying to join the immortal monastery. So learn the cultivation technique and become a cultivator?" Yuan nodded. "About that, will I even be able to cultivate a cultivation technique meant for humans properly?" Lan Ying-Ying wore an uncertain expression on her face. "I'm sure it'll work out. I doubt the ancient immortal would have allowed you and the other beasts to enter if it was impossible for you to progress," Yuan reassured her. "If you say so," Lan Ying-Ying nodded, no longer feeling worried. Chapter 1823, Bamboo Garden, 2. "Then I'll see you tomorrow," Lan Yinying said with a light smile before heading toward the women's living quarters. Yuan nodded briefly and didn't linger either. He made his way to the men's side, his steps deliberate as he passed by every living quarter, including numerous empty ones. He continued without pause until he reached building 423, the same building Tianyang had lived in for 3 years before becoming an official disciple of the Immortal Monastery. Standing before the door, he took a moment to glance at the familiar structure, memories stirring within him. Coincidentally, building 423 was still unoccupied, so Yuan decided to claim it. He quickly wrote his name on the door, as instructed, and acquired its keys before stepping inside. The interior was small and unadorned, consisting of only a single bed with no other furniture. The plain walls and sparse space gave the room a minimalist feel, yet it served its purpose as a resting place. After a brief glance around the sparse interior, Yuan's eyes landed on the manual resting neatly on the bed. The manual's cover was worn and simple, with no ornate designs or embellishments, yet it exuded an air of subtle importance. A slight smile appeared on his face after picking it up and reading the title. "As I thought, it's the basic qi gathering technique," he mumbled. He wasted no time and immediately began reading through its contents. Sure enough, the cultivation technique was exactly the same as he remembered. Since the cultivation technique is the same, there's no reason why I shouldn't start cultivating now. Moreover, there's something I want to confirm. Yuan placed the cultivation technique back on the bed and sat down cross-legged, settling into the lotus position. Closing his eyes, he began reciting the contents of the manual in his mind. Since he had already cultivated and mastered the basic qi gathering technique in the past, it required almost no effort, and everything felt as natural as breathing. His breathing perfectly synced with the rhythm of the technique, and he effortlessly entered a trance-like state. Within moments, the spiritual energy around Yuan began converging toward his body, entering through his pores and gathering inside his dantian. However, he quickly noticed a problem. While the spiritual energy was gathering as expected, the speed was unbearably slow. What's more, his capacity to contain the energy seemed drastically limited, and he could only retain a minuscule amount of the spiritual energy he managed to draw in. Compared to his usual cultivation speed, his current progress was abysmally slow, worse than trash, bordering on crippled. This confirmed his theory that the body he was using wasn't his real one, but a temporary construct specifically designed for the trial. Its severe limitations were likely a deliberate part of the challenge, forcing participants to cultivate from the ground up under the harshest conditions imaginable. Despite this realization, Yuan remained calm and continued to cultivate as normal. Meanwhile, the other participants were still struggling with the first step, memorizing the cultivation technique. Unlike Yuan, who had already memorized the cultivation technique before entering the hidden domain, they were encountering an entirely different issue. Despite their experience and powerful memorization as cultivators, they found it unnaturally difficult to retain the contents of the technique. The words seemed to slip from their minds as soon as they read them, and the more they tried to focus, the harder it became to comprehend. What the fuck is going on? This cultivation technique should only be a mortal rank technique, earth rank at best. Why am I having trouble memorizing it when I can memorize and comprehend divine rank techniques with ease? This must be the hidden domain's doing. I knew the trial seemed too easy at a glance. Fuck. As time went on, more and more participants began to grasp the reality of their situation, that this trial was far more complex than it initially seemed. Many found themselves growing frustrated and even embarrassed as they struggled to memorize a mere mortal rank cultivation technique, something they would typically consider beneath them. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the night gave way to dawn. Despite spending the entire night trying, not a single one of the 1,000 participants in the bamboo garden had managed to become a cultivator. Out of the entire group, only Yuan comprehended the cultivation technique well enough to even begin the process of cultivation. The participants, many of whom had initially dismissed the trial as overly simple, now found themselves humbled and increasingly frustrated. The harsh reality of the challenge was beginning to set in, and the atmosphere within the bamboo forest grew heavier. As the first light of sunrise illuminated the bamboo garden, the participants gathered at the appointed area. The atmosphere was tense, with many looking weary and frustrated from the night's struggles. Senior Zhou stood waiting for them, his posture relaxed but his sharp gaze sweeping over the group, taking note of their expressions and demeanor. He smiled and let out a chuckle, his tone laced with amusement. "Judging by your expressions, it's clear you're all struggling with the cultivation technique. Did you think becoming a cultivator would be easy? What a naive and foolish notion. Don't worry, you have plenty of time, 4 years to be exact in any case." Senior Zhou continued in a serious tone. "It's time to begin your quotas. Since you're all new, we'll start small. Consider it an adjustment period. As you spend more time in this place, your quotas will increase, so it would be in your best interest to leave this place as soon as possible. For this week, everyone will be required to chop down 20 bamboo stalks and fill 2 water pots. You'll find the tools you need at the tool shed near the training hall." He glanced over the group before continuing. "How you fulfill your quota is entirely up to you. You can spread it out over the course of the week or complete everything in a single day. The only thing that matters is that your quota is fulfilled by the end of the week. Those who fail to fulfill their quotas will be punished. I won't go into the details, but if you wish to know, you can find out by missing your quota. SAR, the novel here, knit website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1824, Bamboo Garden 3. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, Senior Zhou said as his gaze swept the crowd before him. Nothing? Good, then you can start your new life in the bamboo garden. If you have any problems, you know where to find me. Senior Zhou turned around and walked away. Afterward, most of the participants decided to return home to continue studying the cultivation technique. Yuan glanced around until his eyes landed on Lan Yingying. With a subtle tilt of his head, he gestured for her to follow him. Lan Yingying caught the signal and gave a small nod in acknowledgment before quietly following him. Together they made their way to the same secluded spot they had used the previous day. "How was your cultivation?" Yuan asked her. "Explore stories on my virtual library empire." She shook her head. "I couldn't even begin. I'm having trouble memorizing the technique." "Trouble memorizing the technique?" Yuan asked, raising his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Since he had already memorized the cultivation technique prior to entering the hidden domain, he hadn't experienced the same struggles as the others. As a result, he was unaware of the unusual difficulty they were encountering. Although the cultivation technique is very basic at a glance and should be easy to master, I am unable to memorize it. It's almost as if something is interfering with my ability, Lan Yingying explained. Yuan then muttered, "If you think about it, this trial would have been too easy if there were no restrictions, since there were many powerful cultivators who entered the hidden domain. What about you? I'm guessing you've already memorized the technique." Yuan nodded. "To be more precise, I already knew the cultivation technique even before we arrived at this place. I used to be a disciple of the Immortal Monastery after all." Lan Yingying then asked, "Have you tried cultivating with your own cultivation technique?" Yuan shook his head and said, "No, I didn't even bother trying. However, judging by the atmosphere earlier, I'm willing to bet that the others have tried it and failed." Yuan's guess had been spot on. When the other participants failed to memorize the basic qi gathering technique, most attempted to bypass the issue by using their own cultivation techniques. However, they quickly discovered that while they could activate their techniques and go through the motions of cultivation, they were completely unable to absorb any spiritual energy. It was as if the spiritual energy in this world had been attuned exclusively to the basic qi gathering technique, rendering all other methods ineffective. Anyway, while I have begun cultivating, my progress is astonishingly slow. At this rate, it'll take a whole year before I gather enough spiritual energy to break through to Spirit Apprentice. Lan Yingying's eyes widened at his words. "A whole year?" "Yes," he confirmed. "I also have a feeling that all of our bodies were created equal, so we'll progress at the same rate." Lan Yingying swallowed nervously. She couldn't fathom spending a whole year just reaching Spirit Apprentice,
not including the time it'll take her to memorize the cultivation technique. I'm sure there will be ways for us to increase our talents or cultivation speed. Until I find something, let's just keep doing our best with what we're given." "Okay," Lan Yinging nodded. "I'm going to train my body through the quotas now. A trained body will absorb spiritual energy much easier than one that has never been trained before," Yuan said a moment later. Search the novelleir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "I'll focus on the cultivation technique for now," Lan Yinging said. They went their separate ways shortly after. Lan Yinging returned to her living quarters to focus on studying the cultivation technique, while Yuan headed to the training hall to acquire some tools at the training hall. Yuan selected a sturdy sword, noting its weight before heading into the bamboo forest to begin his quota. The bamboo in the bamboo garden was far from ordinary. Each stalk was thicker than an adult human and significantly more durable than regular bamboo. If someone attempted to chop these bamboo stalks down with a knife, it would take an entire day just to chop a single stalk, hence why Yuan went straight for the sword. As Yuan stood before a towering bamboo stalk, he couldn't help but reminisce about the first time Tian Yang had tried to chop one of these stalks down. "I was completely unaware of their durability back then," he muttered with a chuckle, the memory vivid in his mind. "I nearly broke my wrist swinging an axe at one of these darn bamboos." The thought brought a small smile to his face as he gripped the sword in his hand, preparing to take his first swing. Ha! Yuan swung with all his might, the blade of the sword striking the bamboo with precision. However, the towering stalk didn't even quiver from the impact. When Yuan examined the result, he saw only a small, barely noticeable cut in the bamboo's thick surface. Meanwhile, Yuan's hands stung from the impact and a faint ache spread through the bones in his arms. He flexed his fingers briefly to shake off the discomfort, muttering to himself, "It's tougher than I remembered. At this rate, he'd need to strike the bamboo over 100 times before cutting it down." After taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yuan went for another strike, and then another. Each swing sent stinging vibrations through his hands and arms, but he ignored the pain and persevered until he conquered the bamboo. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of effort, the sword managed to cut through the bamboo and the towering stalk fell with a heavy crash. By the time he finished chopping his first bamboo, Yuan's arms felt like lead. The exhaustion and pain made it nearly impossible for him to lift them. With a heavy sigh, he let the sword slip from his grasp and collapsed onto his buttocks, leaning back slightly as he tried to catch his breath. His body was drenched in sweat, the sticky heat clinging to him as he sat there, staring up at the clear blue sky. Chapter 1825 Bamboo Garden 4. After chopping down his first bamboo, Yuan had to sit still for several minutes before he even thought about moving again. "I haven't felt this weak in a while," he sighed as he turned to look at the bamboo he'd just chopped. A moment later, Yuan reached for his sword again despite the lingering ache in his arms. With a swift motion, he chopped off a tiny piece of the bamboo. Then, without hesitation, Yuan tossed the piece of bamboo into his mouth and closed it, letting it rest on his tongue without chewing. "As I thought, there is spiritual energy in this bamboo," Yuan mused to himself as he settled into the lotus posture. He began cultivating on the spot, absorbing what little spiritual energy was in the bamboo. Although he couldn't sense spiritual energy in his current state, he knew the bamboo garden was growing spiritual bamboo, a common ingredient used in alchemy during the primordial era. While the spiritual energy they contained was minuscule and would barely speed up his cultivation, he wasn't in the position to be picky. Moreover, it helped him recover his fatigue much faster, allowing him to work toward his next bamboo. Once Yuan had recovered enough energy, he picked up and dragged the first bamboo he chopped, which weighed around 15 kilograms, to the designated area where quotas were gathered and verified. After delivering the first bamboo and having it verified, Yuan returned to the bamboo garden to continue his work. Each bamboo took about an hour of effort, including the time he needed to recover in between. The repetitive process was grueling, but he persevered, chopping down 4 more bamboo stalks over the next several hours. "I shouldn't have skipped breakfast,"
Yuan sighed, his stomach growling loudly. Soarch, the Novel Fire. Note website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Although he had been absorbing spiritual energy, the majority of it was being utilized to advance his cultivation, leaving nothing to satisfy his hunger. Unfortunately, the cafeteria only operates at set times, once for breakfast and once for dinner. The time for breakfast had long since passed, leaving Yuan with limited options. He either had to wait until dinner or find his own food through other means. Yuan initially considered fishing for his meal, but after a moment of thought he realized he didn't have the necessary tools to do so. With a sigh, he abandoned the idea and resigned himself to waiting for dinner. Returning to his living quarters, Yuan settled onto the firm bed, sat in the lotus position, and began cultivating once more. Despite the hunger gnawing at him, he focused his mind and absorbed the spiritual energy around him, which helped relieve some of his hunger. Once it was time for dinner, Yuan immediately set out for the cafeteria, eager to finally satisfy his hunger. As he stepped out of his living quarters, he noticed a stream of others leaving their homes as well, all heading in the same direction, judging by their expressions and hurried steps. It was clear they had also skipped breakfast and endured the consequences throughout the day, much like he had. "I can't believe I'm experiencing hunger like a mortal," someone nearby muttered. "I didn't even realize it was hunger at first, since it had been so long since I experienced hunger," another voice remarked. "I thought I was sick or something. I'm actually kind of excited. This will be my first meal in 100 years, said an old man. When Yuan arrived at the cafeteria, he wasn't surprised to find it packed with people. The flavorful aroma of the food filled the air, making his stomach rumble even louder in anticipation. Without hesitation, he stepped into the line for food. Some time later, after receiving his food, a simple meal of a bowl of white rice, some vegetables, and a single slice of meat, Yuan found an empty seat in the bustling cafeteria. He sat down quietly and began eating, savoring each bite. Despite its simplicity, the food tasted amazing, even heavenly. The meal was neither too filling nor too little, just enough to satisfy Yuan's hunger and replenish some of his energy. After finishing dinner, Yuan returned to his room to cultivate. However, unlike his usual routine of cultivating throughout the night, his current weak body didn't have the stamina to sustain such efforts, so he went to sleep when he became too tired to cultivate. The following day, Yuan visited the cafeteria first thing in the morning to eat breakfast. The cafeteria was just as packed as yesterday. Clearly, everyone had learned their lesson to not skip breakfast. After dinner, Yuan had a brief chat with Lan Yingying to talk about their progress. "I spent all of yesterday trying to memorize the cultivation technique, but I still can't make any progress," Lan Yingying said with a sigh. "That's normal. It's only been one day after all. Don't forget, you're no longer a genius, but an ordinary mortal," Yuan reminded her. "How long does it typically take a mortal to memorize a cultivation technique?" Lan Yingying inquired. "It depends, but it isn't strange for an ordinary person to take months to memorize a cultivation technique." "Months just to memorize a mortal rank cultivation technique?" Lan Yingying swallowed nervously. Yuan chuckled at her reaction and said, "It's not easy being ordinary and without talents, is it? Keep in mind, this is the reality most people in the world face every single day. I'll try again today. If I don't make any progress, I'll take a break and start working on my quota," she sighed. A moment later, "Good luck," said Yuan, eh? While later, Yuan headed to the training hall to pick up his tools. However, instead of reaching for a sword, he chose 2 water buckets this time. With his body still aching from yesterday's exertions, he decided to take it easier today and focus on the simpler task of gathering water. Carrying the water buckets, he walked to the river to fill them. Once they were full, he returned to the training hall to pour the water into the pots with his house number on it. Chapter 1826. End of the first week in the bamboo garden. Each water pot could hold up to 50 gallons of water, and the buckets provided to the servants had a capacity of just 1 gallon each. Since every servant was required to fill 2 water pots, they needed to haul a total of 100 gallons of water each week.
Yuan carried 2 buckets to the river at a time, meaning it took 50 trips to completely fill both pots. With each trip taking roughly 15 minutes, he spent a little over half a day completing his assigned quota. After dinner, Yuan returned home to cultivate. The following day, Yuan met up with Lan Yingying again. "How was it?" he asked her. "I am making progress, albeit extremely slowly. At this rate, it'll probably take me around 3 months to completely memorize the technique," she sighed. "As long as you're making progress." "But it's too slow." Lan Yingying shook her head. "Although we have 4 years to complete this task, I don't want to spend so much time here also. I doubt we'll be finished after this trial." Yuan lifted his head to gaze at the blue sky and said, "4 years is definitely a long time, but there's nothing we can do. Even if we want to leave this place, I don't know if we can without failing the trial." Sometime later, Lan Yingying, who decided to start working on her quota, followed Yuan to the training hall to acquire some tools. Once they started chopping the bamboo, it was clear that Lan Yingying was quite experienced with chopping, something Yuan hadn't expected. "You're quite good at this. You have the perfect posture and motion, just like an expert," Yuan remarked after seeing her work. "Besides my cleaning duty, I chopped trees often in the mystic realm," she said as she swung her axe. "By the way, why are you using a sword? It'd be more efficient to use an axe," she then asked. Yuan smiled and said, "It feels more comfortable in my hands. Moreover, this is training, is that so?" Once they chopped down their first bamboo of the day, Yuan repeated what he had done yesterday and began cultivating with some of the bamboo in his mouth. Lan Yingying raised an eyebrow at his actions. "What are you doing?" She couldn't keep her curiosity contained. "These bamboo contain spiritual energy, so it speeds up my cultivation progress." "I see." Since she couldn't cultivate, Lan Yingying sat down on the ground and took out her cultivation technique, using the time to study it while she rested and waited for Yuan. Once Yuan emerged from his cultivation, about half an hour later, they delivered the chopped bamboo before returning to the forest. They repeated this routine until it was almost time for dinner, ending the day with 5 bamboos chopped. "I haven't felt this type of exhaustion in a long time," Lan Yingying muttered as she grabbed her dinner, barely able to hold her plate up from exhaustion. She looked around the dinner area and continued, "Judging by everyone's appearance, very few have started working on their quota. I have a feeling many people will miss their quota this week," Yuan said with a slight smile. "What do you think the punishment will be for them?" Yuan shrugged. "Who knows? Back then, those who missed their quotas would not be allowed to eat and get beaten. If you miss enough quotas, you'll no longer be able to become a disciple. However, they won't just send you back home either. Instead, you'll be forced to work as a servant for the rest of your life. That said, very few people have actually missed enough quotas to receive such punishment. During my several years in the bamboo garden, only one individual suffered such a fate." "Since this is a trial, I'm sure things will be a lot worse," Lan Yingying muttered. Yuan nodded. "That's why we need to make sure we don't miss our quotas." After dinner, Yuan and Lan Yingying returned to their living quarters. For the next 2 days, they resumed their routine of chopping bamboo together. "And with that, I am finished with my quota for this week," said Yuan as he chopped his final bamboo. "I still need 5 more bamboos as well as 2 water pots," Lan Yingying sighed. "We only have 2 days left, too. If I had skipped another day, I probably would have struggled to finish the quota." "I'll help you out with your quota," Yuan suddenly said. "No, it's okay. I don't want to become a burden this early on. You should focus on becoming a cultivator as soon as possible. Don't worry about me. I'll be able to manage myself." Yuan nodded and said, "All right, however, if you need help, come to me. This is an order." Lan Yingying acknowledged with a smile. "Yes, young master." For the last 2 days of the week, besides going to the cafeteria, Yuan spent all of his time cultivating inside his room. As for Lan Yingying, she finished her quotas without any issues, once the first week ended and they began their second week. Senior Joe gathered everyone at sunrise. "Your first week in the bamboo garden has ended. I knew this was inevitable, but I didn't think so many of you would miss your quotas." Senior Joe pulled out a storage pouch and retrieved a scroll from within.
As he unrolled it, he revealed its contents to everyone, a long list of numbers neatly written across the scroll. This scroll contains a list of your house numbers and the names of those who failed to meet their quotas. Senior Joe announced in a stern tone, "There are 815 of you on this list, so the majority of you here have failed to fulfill your quota. Do you think this is a joke? That there are no consequences to your actions? Not only does this look bad on me, your supervisor, but it also affects the immortal monastery." "Since my earlier warning was ignored," Senior Joe said, his tone growing colder, "I will now inform you of the punishment for failing to meet your quotas." The atmosphere grew heavy, and many nervous gulps could be heard from the crowd. Sort the Novelliernet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1827, Punishment for Missing Their Quotas. After a moment of silence, Senior Joe announced the punishment for those who failed their quotas. Everyone who failed their quotas this week will have their quotas doubled for the rest of the month. Moreover, you will only be allowed 1 meal a day, breakfast. Lastly, your access to the cultivation technique will also be restricted for this week. "What? So we can't cultivate for an entire week?" someone exclaimed after hearing the final punishment. "That's what I said. No," Senior Joe responded. "Fail your quotas again, and I'll turn that week into a month. Of course, I'll also increase your quotas again. If you fail your quotas for a third time, I'll restrict your ability to cultivate for an entire year. After that, you will no longer be allowed to continue working in the bamboo forest, and we'll have you executed for being insubordinate." Those who had failed to meet their quotas the previous week stood in stunned silence, inwardly regretting their arrogance. Many of them had considered themselves too proud to bother with mundane tasks, and now they were paying the price for their complacency. Some had been so preoccupied with trying to memorize the cultivation technique as quickly as possible that they completely overlooked the quotas. However, the punishment served as a stark reminder, ensuring that nobody would dare to forget them again. "As for those of you who have met your quotas," Senior Joe continued, "your quotas will remain unchanged for the rest of this month. Moreover, you'll all be given 10 points which you can use to purchase items. If you want more information on this subject, you can visit the shop. That's all I have to say. I'll see you all here again next week." Senior Joe turned around and walked away. Once Senior Joe left completely, the participants began complaining openly. "Fuck! What kind of shitty trial is this? What does chopping bamboo and gathering water have anything to do with the immortal monastery? This shit is a fucking scam. Right? Why the hell am I being treated like a servant? I am an immortal. Hey, my cultivation technique is gone. It was in my pocket just moments ago." Someone suddenly realized their cultivation technique had disappeared. You're right. Mine is gone as well." While the crowd grumbled and complained about their situation, Yuan and Lan Yingying quietly slipped away, wasting no time as they set out to start working on their quotas again. 1350. While the crowd grumbled and complained about their situation, Yuan and Lan Yingying quietly slipped away, wasting no time as they set out to start working on their quotas again. "What do you think we'll be able to buy with the points?" Lan Yingying asked as she swung her axe. "Hard to say. We can check out the shop afterwards. Zer, the Novel Fire Nyot website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "Okay." After chopping and delivering their first bamboo, Yuan and Lan Yingying noticed that significantly more people had joined in, busy working to fulfill their quotas. Noticing the increased activity, Yuan and Lan Yingying decided to move to a quieter area with fewer people. Since this was a trial and everyone was ultimately competing against each other, they wanted to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Furthermore, Yuan was keen on keeping his ability to cultivate a secret for as long as possible. After delivering their 5th bamboo, Yuan and Lan Yingying decided to call it a day and made their way to the shop. The shop was a modest single-story building with a plain interior. Inside there was only one worker present, a young man who seemed to be in charge. "Hello, can you tell me what I can purchase with my points?" Yuan approached the young man and asked. "I've got everything you could possibly need," the young man said with a confident smile. From food and medicine to cultivation resources, if you've got the points, I've got the goods. Then do you have something that can increase my talents? Of course. The young man swiftly retrieved a thin book and placed it on the counter in front of them. Take a look, he said with a casual gesture. Yuan opened the book and scanned its contents. It was filled with an array of treasures, each one more impressive than the last. Flipping through the pages, he recognized a few notable names, such as the translucent dew of flawlessness and other renowned talent-boosting items. However, his excitement quickly turned to disbelief as he noticed their ridiculous prices, many costing points in the millions. Even the cheapest treasure listed required tens of thousands of points. Yuan closed the book shortly after and handed it back to the young man. "How much does a meal cost?" he then asked. "Something similar to what they give at the cafeteria. A cafeteria meal would cost you a single point. Of course there are more luxurious options available, but they'll cost you more." Although 2 meals a day were just enough for now, Yuan was certain that his appetite would increase as his cultivation progressed. "Is there anything else we can use points for, besides buying items?" The young man showed a profound smile and said, "Of course you can buy privileges with points. For example, you can purchase a day or even a week of quotas so that you won't need to do them for that time. Or you can increase the spiritual energy in a specific area for a certain amount of time." "Oh?" Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing this. "In that case, how much would it cost to increase the spiritual energy in my home? Let's say for a day? 10 points a day?" Yuan narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, already considering whether he should spend points to purchase a day of increased spiritual energy and test how much it could enhance his cultivation progress. A few moments later, Yuan nodded and said, "All right, let me purchase a day of increased spiritual energy at my home, building 423. Very well. I have deducted 10 points from you, ID 423, Zhao Yang. Your home, building 423, will have increased spiritual energy for 24 hours. When would you like to use this privilege? How long can I save it for?" "As long as you want. Then I'll use it right after dinner." "Understood. I will activate your privilege an hour after dinner hour ends," said the young man. "Thanks." Yuan and Lan Yingying left the store shortly after Chapter 1828, Privilege. After leaving the store, Yuan and Lan Yingying returned to their living quarters to clean off the sweat and grime they had accumulated throughout the day. Since their buildings lacked individual bathrooms, they had to make their way to the public bathing area to wash themselves. Once they were clean and refreshed, Yuan and Lan Yingying headed to the cafeteria for dinner. This time the atmosphere was noticeably different. Everyone there looked worn out and exhausted from spending the day working hard to meet their quotas. Of course, the number of people there was also vastly declined due to the ongoing punishment, where the majority of participants are only allowed to eat breakfast. After quickly finishing their meals, Yuan returned home and immediately began cultivating while patiently waiting for his privilege to activate. Exactly an hour after dinner, Yuan sensed a significant leap in his cultivation progress, accompanied by a sudden surge in spiritual energy around him. When he opened his eyes, he could see a faint white mist filling his room. "This is even better than I anticipated," Yuan muttered to himself, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. "Looks like I'll keep spending points on this privilege in the future." His gamble had paid off handsomely, and the increased spiritual energy had amplified his cultivation speed several times over. If he continued cultivating at this rate, Yuan estimated he could achieve a breakthrough to Spirit Apprentice in just 6 months, far faster than the year he initially anticipated. The following day during breakfast, Yuan revealed his progress to Lan Yingying. "In that case, I'll give you my points so that you can speed your cultivation even more," Lan Yingying said. "Are you sure? Even if you cannot cultivate yet, you can still save your points until you can." Lan Yingying nodded. "I want to fulfill my role and be useful to you. Also, it'll benefit me if you become a cultivator faster. I'll feel safer, too. If you insist, I'll accept your offer." "Thank you, Yingying." After breakfast, Yuan wasted no time and quickly returned to his living quarters to continue cultivating, as the privilege lasted until an hour after dinner. The following day, Yuan chopped 10 bamboos instead of the usual 5, since he didn't chop any yesterday. Then Lan Yingying used her 10 points to purchase a day of increased spiritual energy at Yuan's home. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and another week had ended. This time, everyone had fulfilled their quotas. Senior Joe was pleased with the results and said, "This is good. Continue behaving, and we won't have any problems. Unless someone misses their quotas or I have something to announce, we won't need to meet every week." Senior Joe dismissed everyone and quickly disappeared. Afterward, everyone went to get breakfast. During breakfast, Yuan noticed that nearly everyone seemed to be discussing the same topic. Sayarch, the Novel Fire Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Did you hear? We can use our points to speed up our memorization process. What? How much does it cost? And how effective is it? It costs 2 points per page, and it guarantees that we can memorize a page in a day. There are 40 pages in the cultivation techniques, so 80 points in total, huh? That's 8 weeks of quotas. If you don't try to memorize the cultivation technique yourself, you'd need to spend the full amount. I have already memorized 6 pages by myself, so I saved 12 points so far. The privilege of memorizing the cultivation technique faster, huh? Lan Yingying mumbled, seeing her pondering face. Yuan smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about me. You can use those points for yourself if you want, huh?" "Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. While it does sound interesting, I am satisfied with my current progress. I have already memorized 15 pages after all. I should fully memorize the cultivation technique within a month. 15 pages already? You could barely memorize a page at the beginning. I think it was mainly because I wasn't familiar with human cultivation techniques," Lan Yingying said. "Now that I'm somewhat used to it, I find it much easier to memorize the contents." Unexpectedly, Lan Yingying was progressing much faster than most of the participants despite being a beast. After breakfast, the two of them went to collect water. However, on the way there, they were stopped by a young man and a young woman. "Hey, are you two from the 6th heaven?" the young woman asked them. "Why do you want to know?" Yuan calmly responded. "Judging by your response, you're most definitely from the 6th heaven. We're both from the Duan family in the 8th heaven. If you assist us, we'll make sure to compensate you greatly once the trial is over," said the young man. "Duan family from the 8th heaven? Sorry, never heard of them." Yuan shook his head. His response caused the pair to frown, but they quickly fixed their expressions and said, "If you haven't heard of us, you can ask around. We're an elite and prestigious powerhouse in the 8th heaven." "And what does your elite and prestigious family want from us?" Yuan asked. "It's quite simple. Help us with this trial by giving us your points," said the young woman. Yuan did not appear surprised at all by their request. In fact, he anticipated it. "Sorry, but we've already spent our points." "That's fine. You can just give us your future points. Unfortunately, we'll be using those too." The pair frowned at Yuan's clear defiance, and the young man spoke coldly. "Okay, I'm done being nice. Listen here, you bastard. If you don't give us your points, I will make your life a living hell in here, and once we return to the outside world." After a brief silence, Yuan let out a sigh and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "All right, you win. We'll give you our future points. Just don't hurt us." Hearing this, the young man and woman exchanged smug glances, haughty smiles spreading across their faces as they reveled in their apparent victory. Chapter 1829, Duan Siblings, At Least You Know Your Place. "Come to the store when you receive your points next week," said the young woman a moment later. "Don't think of doing anything funny because you can't run or hide in this place," the young man continued. "Of course. We wouldn't dare." Yuan reassured them that they'd hand over their points with a weak smile. Once the young man and young woman left, Lan Yingying looked at Yuan with raised eyebrows and spoke, "So what are we really going to do?" She didn't believe for a second that Yuan was being serious just now. He smiled and said, "We'll use the points for ourselves, of course. I just didn't feel like dealing with them right now, so I said what they wanted to hear to make them leave peacefully. But we'll have to deal with them again eventually. Then we'll deal with them at that time." Lan Yingying nodded, and the two of them went to collect water, acting as if nothing had happened. The following week, Yuan made his way to the store alone. "You're finally here," said the young man. "Where's that woman who was with you last time?" "Don't tell me she ran away?" the young woman asked with a frown when she noticed Lan Yingying was absent. Huh?
What are you talking about? In fact, who are you? Yuan asked, looking genuinely puzzled. Search the Novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bastard, what are you trying to pull here? I thought I warned you about having funny ideas, the young man exclaimed angrily. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others in the store. Since it was the start of a new week and everyone had just received their points, the store was more crowded than usual. Isn't that Duan Chao and his sister, Duan Shuchun? What are they up to this time? I heard they've been going around threatening people for their points. Seriously, I bet they're only going after those from the sixth heaven. He wouldn't be foolish or bold enough to go after those with more influence than him. What a sore sight. The Duan siblings could hear the others talking badly about them, but they calmly ignored it. Bastard, this is your last chance. Hand over your points and we'll pretend nothing happened today, Duan Chao said, his expression growing increasingly aggressive without uttering a single word. Yuan began walking toward Duan Chao with a calm yet deliberate demeanor. The moment he was within arm's reach, Yuan moved swiftly and with precision, extending his hands in a fluid motion to grasp Duan Chao's neck firmly. The sudden and bold action left everyone in the store utterly stunned, their eyes widening in shock at the unexpected turn of events. What do you think you're doing to my brother? Are you courting death? Hurry and let him go. Duan Shuchun exclaimed in a panicked voice. Yuan paid no attention to her protests and slowly hoisted Duan Chao's body into the air. Though he wasn't a cultivator yet, the spiritual energy he had absorbed had greatly enhanced his physical strength, enough to overpower the other participants with little effort. Knowing your character, you're most likely one of those being punished for missing their first week's quotas. In fact, I'm willing to bet all of my points on it. Why are you trying to be a gangster when you should be focusing on fulfilling your quota? You've managed to become a cultivator already? Duan Chao muttered in disbelief. If I were a cultivator, I would have already long left this place. Why would I subject myself to such mundane chores like some servant? Yuan sneered. What are you going to do to me? If you dare to injure me, my family will come after you. I don't know. I could break one of your arms and legs so you won't be able to finish your quotas, or I can just kill you right now. Yuan listed his options out loud, dumbfounding the spectators. Duan Chao's body trembled uncontrollably, his face pale and his expression consumed by sheer dread. Please, spare him, Duan Shuchun grabbed his arm and begged. We won't bother you again. We swear it. Yuan coldly sneered before tossing Duan Chao aside like trash. There might be a punishment for killing others, so I'll spare you this time. However, if you ever dare to appear before me again, I'll kill you regardless of the punishment. Duan Chao wanted to respond, but he was busy coughing and gasping for air. Also, don't even bother trying to threaten me with your background. After all, I never said that I came from the sixth heaven. That was only your assumption. Duan Chao's eyes widened after realizing his mistake. You can leave now, Yuan said to them and turned around, no longer bothering with them. The Duan siblings could only grit their teeth and leave the store, feeling embarrassed and humiliated by the whole ordeal. This is not the end, just you wait. I'll definitely make you pay for this humiliation tenfold, Duan Chao muttered in a low voice as he walked away. Some time later, Yuan approached the young man working at the store and purchased another day of improved spiritual energy for 10 points, the usual privilege. Sure thing, ID 423. As Yuan walked out of the store, he was intercepted by several individuals. However, their demeanor didn't seem hostile. Instead, they appeared curious. Excuse me, we apologize for bothering you, but we have to ask, how did you become so strong without becoming a cultivator? Everyone here should have started on the same playing field. Of course, we're willing to compensate you with points for the information. Yuan then responded, There's no secret. I just happened to progress a little faster than everyone. Despite saying that, it did not convince the people before him who argued, You must be doing something different. Did you purchase a unique privilege? One that allows you to strengthen your body?
Please, I'm willing to pay you 10 points if it helps me get stronger. Chapter 1830, Small Groups. There's really no secret, Yuan said, shaking his head. If you don't want to believe me, there's nothing I can do. He glanced at them briefly before adding, Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go work on my quotas. Without waiting for a response or giving them a chance to press further, Yuan turned and walked away, leaving the group behind. Once Yuan left, the people who stopped him approached the young man and asked, What privilege did you sell that young man just now? I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose such information, said the young man. Then do you sell privileges that can strengthen our bodies? One of them asked. No, we do not have such privileges. Hearing this, the people began speculating how Yuan acquired his strength. Although he is not a cultivator, he didn't say that he hadn't started cultivating. There's a good chance he's already fully memorized the cultivation technique and began cultivating that would explain his overwhelming strength. That's quite hard to believe, honestly. It's only been 3 weeks since we arrived at the hidden domain. Most of us have barely memorized 10 pages, let alone the whole thing, and I do not believe he's more talented than all of us. Even if he used all of his points to memorize the cultivation technique quicker, I doubt he has enough to fully memorize the technique. What if he had help from others? With enough assistance, any of us could afford it. Even if that's the case and he had enough points, he'd still need a day to memorize a single page. Moreover, to achieve that level of strength, he must have cultivated for some time. None of this is adding up. Let's forget about how he achieved his strength for now. Do we even know his identity? I recognize most people in this bamboo garden, but I don't recognize him at all. Nope, I have never seen him before. I don't even recall seeing him entering the hidden domain, and I entered later than most. These people were now more intrigued by Yuan's background than by the source of his strength, and they decided to pay more attention to him from this moment forth. Meanwhile, after leaving the store, Yuan reunited with Lan Yingying to continue chopping bamboo. Thanks to his significantly enhanced strength from cultivating, he was now able to effortlessly chop down 20 bamboo stalks in a single day, far surpassing his previous efforts. Did anything happen at the store? Lan Yingying asked him as they worked. A little. I threatened those 2 idiots, so they probably won't be bothering us for some time. Only for some time, so they'll be back? Idiots like them tend to return once they regain their confidence. However, if they do, I won't let them go a second time. I only let them go with a warning this time because there might be consequences for hurting other participants. Once I become a cultivator, that should no longer be an issue. Are you close to reaching Spirit Apprentice? Lan Yingying asked. Yuan nodded. Yes, I should reach Spirit Apprentice in 2 weeks, right at the end of the punishment period. Are you going to immediately join the Immortal Monastery after becoming a cultivator? She then asked. And leave you here alone? No, I won't do that. But, no buts, I will stay here until I am certain of your safety. Lan Yingying understood Yuan well enough to know there was no point in trying to change his mind, so she chose to accept it. While she felt a bit frustrated with herself for slowing him down, a small part of her was also happy that he was going to stay by her side. After dinner, Yuan returned to his living quarters and began his cultivation, and for the rest of the week he would only emerge from his room to eat breakfast and dinner with Lan Yingying, since he had already finished his quota. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 2 weeks had passed. During this time, more and more people started working together, forming small groups. Yuan was approached by many people, as his reputation had long spread, but he refused to join anyone. When these people failed to recruit Yuan, they went after Lan Yingying, since she was the closest to him. When Lan Yingying told Yuan about this, he actually advised her to join a group. After all, he'd feel more at ease if she had a group in case he was forced to leave after becoming a cultivator. Lan Yingying took Yuan's advice and joined a small group with 2 other female participants, both of whom were also divine beasts. What is your relationship with Xiao Yang? I always see the 2 of you together, asked Bizian, who was an earth-sundering rock from the 7th heaven. Seer, the Novel Fire Note website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I am the young master's contracted beast. He's a beast tamer, said Lan Yingying.
"What family is he from?" asked the other beast in the group, a young phoenix named Yan Yiling. She was from a phoenix clan in the 8th heaven. He's actually from a hidden family, so even I don't know what his real background is. Seriously, what made you form a contract with him? I wouldn't be able to trust someone I know nothing about. I don't care about his family background since I know the young master himself very well. After all, I formed a contract with him, not his family. The young master saved not only my life, but also my family's as well. I am forever in debt to him. What about the two of you? Have you ever thought about forming a contract? Lan Yingying then asked, "Of course not. My family would kill me if I formed a contract with humans," Yan Yiling said, her expression twisting with disgust at the very thought. "We phoenixes are far too proud to degrade ourselves like that. Even those with weaker bloodlines wouldn't consider such a thing. I've thought about it before, but I never seriously considered it," Bi Xian said calmly. "There's simply no one worthy. Is that so? Search thenovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1831, 10,000 points. While Lan Yingying was chatting with her new friends, Yuan was on the verge of becoming a cultivator inside his room. After dedicating just over a month to cultivation and using every single point he had, along with Lan Yingying's points, to enhance the spiritual energy around him, Yuan finally absorbed enough to attempt a breakthrough. However, simply accumulating enough spiritual energy didn't guarantee a successful breakthrough. Without sufficient talent or understanding, there was a significant chance that one would need multiple attempts to succeed. Failing to break through came with a cost. Each failure resulted in the loss of a portion of the accumulated spiritual energy, forcing the individual to absorb even more to try again. This was one of several reasons why it had taken Tianyang 3 years to become a cultivator. Not only did he lack talent, but he also had zero knowledge of cultivation, causing him to fail several times in trying to achieve Spirit Apprentice. As for Yuan, while he definitely does not lack the experience or knowledge, his current body lacked talent, so there was a decent chance he'd fail to break through. If he were to fail to break through, he'd need to wait another week for a second attempt. Fortunately, Yuan managed to successfully break free from his mortal shackles on his very first attempt, advancing to the first level of Spirit Apprentice. After successfully becoming a cultivator, Yuan immediately felt his body grow stronger and his senses sharpen. However, the improvement was far from what he desired. Compared to when he first became a cultivator in his real body, the growth was so minimal that it was barely noticeable. Although the results are somewhat disappointing, it's still better than when Tianyang became a cultivator. Yuan mumbled with a bittersweet smile. Now that he'd become a cultivator, Yuan had to see if the trial would automatically move him out of the bamboo garden. However, when many minutes passed without anything happening, Yuan was convinced that he needed to reveal the truth to Senior Zhou in order to move on from this trial. The following morning, Yuan and the others gathered outside as Senior Zhou prepared to make an announcement. "As I thought, he is just a mortal," Yuan thought to himself after seeing Senior Zhou again. Now that Yuan had become a cultivator and could sense spiritual energy clearly, he confirmed that Senior Zhou was just a mortal like the others present. However, there was a small amount of spiritual energy in Senior Zhou's dantian, indicating that he was at least cultivating. This was great news to Yuan, since Senior Zhou would not be able to tell that he'd already become a cultivator, allowing him to stay in the bamboo garden for as long as he wanted. "Looks like everyone here has successfully fulfilled their quotas this past month, including those who had their quotas doubled as punishment," said Senior Zhou as he scanned the crowd. "I've mentioned this before, but your quotas will gradually increase the longer you stay in the bamboo garden," Senior Zhou continued. "Starting today, everyone will need to collect 30 bamboo instead of 20 and fill 5 water pots instead of 2 to meet their quotas." The announcement caused a visible reaction among the participants, with many expressions shifting to frustration as they processed the increased demands. Any questions? Someone immediately raised their hand and asked, "Since our quotas increased, does this mean the amount of points we acquire will also increase?" Senior Zhou smiled and responded, "I'm glad someone finally brought this up. While your points will remain unchanged, there are ways to acquire more points.
If you have already fulfilled your quotas for the week, you can continue to gather more materials for bonus points. You will get 1 extra point for every 5 bamboos you gather and 1 point for every 10 water pots you fill. What? We could have done that this entire time. Why didn't you say so earlier? Someone exclaimed after hearing this information. You never asked, Senior Joe calmly responded, dumbfounding many people present. Are there any more ways to earn extra points? Another participant inquired. There are, but these options will only be available once you become a disciple of the Immortal Monastery. Hearing this, Yuan asked, When we become a cultivator and leave this place, will we be able to return? Unfortunately, we are quite far away from the Immortal Monastery. Once you leave the bamboo garden, you will no longer be able to return. Do we have to leave the moment we become a cultivator? Lan Yingying then asked. No, but I don't see why you would want to remain here when you can do so much more at the Immortal Monastery as a disciple. Speaking of becoming a disciple, has anyone here started cultivating yet? Nobody raised their hands. Senior Zhou let out a weary sigh and said, Looks like I drew the short straw. The other groups already have several individuals who've started cultivating, but we're the only ones who haven't made any progress yet. What other groups? Many people subconsciously blurted out at once. What else but the other 19,000 people who came here with you? Sear the Novel Fahrenheit website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I have been wondering about the others ever since we arrived. Where are they? Will we be able to see them? The others are located in their own bamboo garden, and no, you are not allowed to contact them. You will only be able to do so once you've arrived inside the Immortal Monastery. The participants began mumbling to each other after learning of this information. By the way, the first person to reach the Immortal Monastery amongst all 20 groups will receive 10,000 points as a reward. The first person in this group to become a disciple will receive 1,000 points. Points are important even beyond this place, especially in the Immortal Monastery, so it would be in your best interest to acquire as many as you can. 10,000 points. The crowd of participants was filled with nervous anticipation, the sound of collective gulps echoing through the air. Their eyes sparkled with a mixture of desire and determination at the mention of such a large reward. Chapter 1832, Threatened. As soon as Senior Zhou dismissed them, a flurry of movement erupted among the participants, with many rushing back to their living quarters. Their intentions were obvious. Everyone was eager to be the one to claim the coveted 10,000 points. Even if they couldn't be the first to reach the goal among all the groups, there was still the opportunity to earn 1,000 points, which was more than enough to motivate them to give it their all. Lan Yingying and Yuan lingered while everyone left, although neither of them spoke. Yuan could sense what Lan Yingying wanted to say. Her hesitant expression and the way she kept glancing at him made her thoughts clear without needing words. 10,000 points is definitely very tempting, but no amount of points will make me leave you alone, he said. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Worst case scenario, I'll get 1,000 points. 1 month, Lan Yingying said. Regardless of my situation, I want you to leave within 1 month. 10,000 points is too much to ignore. Moreover, I will never be able to sleep properly in the future if you lose this opportunity because of me. Seeing Lan Yingying's resolute expression, Yuan nodded. All right, I'll leave within 1 month. While I'm here, I will help you progress your cultivation. Shortly afterward, he and Lan Yingying set off to the forest to begin their work. Now that Yuan had become a cultivator, chopping bamboo required far less effort, enabling him to earn bonus points without tiring himself out. When Yuan first started, it had taken him over 100 strikes to chop down a single stalk of bamboo. Now, thanks to his enhanced strength, he could bring them down with just 3 to 4 strikes, making the task significantly faster. Search the Novel Fahrenheit website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In just half an hour, Yuan completed his weekly quota for the bamboo, as well as Lan Yingying's portion. I'll continue chopping bamboo since it's far more efficient than fetching water, Yuan said to Lan Yingying. All right, I'll go finish our water quotas while you chop bamboo, said Lan Yingying. By the end of the day, Yuan had chopped down an impressive 250 additional bamboo, earning himself 50 bonus points. He was cutting them down so quickly that the process of transporting and getting them verified took more time than the chopping itself. After dinner, Yuan went to the store and asked, "Do you sell storage pouches or spatial rings?" He'd rather invest some points into storage pouches to save time, which would allow him to earn more points. "We do sell storage pouches and spatial rings. Here are the prices." The smallest and cheapest storage pouch was priced at only 10 points, but it could hold just 10 bamboos at a time. On the other hand, the largest storage pouch, costing 50 points, offered significantly more capacity, able to store up to 75 bamboo in a single trip. The spatial ring had only one option available. It cost 100 points, but allowed him to carry up to 200 bamboo at once. Yuan decided to purchase the spatial ring. Of course, since he didn't have enough points at the moment, he had to come back after earning 50 more points. The following day, Yuan returned to the store and purchased the spatial ring without hesitation. With the spatial ring in his possession, Yuan's productivity soared. He could now chop and transport over 500 bamboos a day, earning him more than 100 points daily. "I can earn 100 points a day just from chopping bamboo. If I continue this every day for a week, I will almost have enough to match the reward for being the first in this group to graduate from this trial." Realizing this, Yuan wondered if he should even bother being the first to leave early. Of course, there was also the possibility that there may be other rewards for being the first to become a disciple, something Senior Zhou might have failed to mention or purposefully didn't disclose. Moreover, there might be faster ways to acquire points as a disciple of the Immortal Monastery. After pondering for some time, Yuan decided to wait a little longer before he came to a decision. After all, he already decided to stay in the bamboo garden for at least a month. For now, he wanted to focus on earning as many bonus points as possible. By the end of the week, Yuan had amassed a little over 600 points just from chopping bamboo. Naturally, this attracted the attention of every participant in the bamboo garden, and there was not a single individual who wasn't shocked to learn about it. What? He's earning 100 points a day from chopping bamboo? That'd require him to chop 500 bamboos a day. That's impossible. I watched him load off 200 bamboos at once. He even has a spatial ring, which costs 100 points at the store. Fuck. Most of us are struggling to finish our quotas, and he's out here earning 100 points a day? There's no way he's not a cultivator already. Why wouldn't he leave if he's already a cultivator? Does he plan on chopping bamboo for 4 years to collect as many points as he can? That seems pointless, unless he came to the hidden domain specifically to collect points for some reason. After learning how many points Yuan was earning, nearly every individual in his group approached him in hopes of acquiring some of his points. Naturally, Yuan refused to help anyone except for a few individuals. Not only did Yuan help Lan Yingying memorize the cultivation technique with points, as well as purchase many days of increased spiritual energy at her home, he also helped out the 2 divine beasts in her group with their cultivation technique. Of course, the other participants were not willing to accept Yuan's rejection and began threatening him together. A few days later, a massive group of people approached Yuan and surrounded him. "There are almost 1,000 of us here. Even if you've already become a cultivator, do you really think you'll be able to defeat all of us by yourself?" Duan Qiao returned to threaten him after learning of the situation and receiving the other's support. Chapter 1833 Massacre. In the bamboo garden, despite being surrounded by hundreds of people, Yuan remained calm. He looked directly at Duan Qiao and spoke nonchalantly. "I knew you'd come back to cause trouble, but even I couldn't have anticipated it would be this soon. You can act calm all you want, but we all know you can't defeat so many of us by yourself." Duan Qiao laughed out loud. If Yuan had his original body, he would have definitely been able to defeat all of them, even 10,000 of them alone. However, his current body lacked the talent and abilities his original body possessed, so Duan Qiao was right. Even if Yuan was a cultivator and his opponents were mere mortals, he would not have the energy to defeat so many at once. Moreover, these mortals had vast experience as cultivators, and some had also started cultivating, so they were more powerful than ordinary mortals who had never cultivated before. Fortunately, he didn't need to defeat all of them. Yuan was confident that he'd only need to kill some of them to scare away the rest. After all, no matter if one is a mortal or cultivator, everyone fears death. I will give everyone here a chance to walk away. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for not having eyes, said Yuan as he retrieved 2 swords from his spatial ring, wielding one in each hand. These 2 swords were different from the ones acquired from the training hall. It was much sharper, even emitting a profound aura. Sir, the uvilfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even as mortals, the participants immediately recognized the swords as spirit-grade treasures. Yuan had purchased the swords shortly after buying his spatial ring, paying 50 points for each. Ever since Yuan noticed that he was drawing the attention of others, he became aware of the possibility that some might try to cause trouble for him. His rapid progress and success were bound to stir jealousy and ulterior motives among the participants. I knew something like this would happen, so I took the liberty to prepare myself beforehand. I will not hesitate to slay anyone who threatens me. You have 3 seconds to decide whether you want to die today or live to continue the trial. Upon hearing Yuan's words, many participants left Duan Chao's group, about 30%, as they were not willing to risk their lives. Moreover, even if they weren't part of the group, they would still benefit from Yuan's death if the others managed to defeat him. Duan Chao frowned upon seeing so many people leave the formation. You cowardly bastards! Don't think you'll get away scot-free. We'll take care of everyone that left once we take care of him. Duan Chao roared. Hearing this, some of the people who left returned to the formation. The rest were willing to take the risk. Your time is over. I'll start with you. Yuan spoke as he dashed at Duan Chao, who was the closest to him. Seeing the attack coming, Duan Chao hastily raised the sword he had taken from the training hall to block Yuan's strike. However, Yuan's spirit-grade sword effortlessly sliced through Duan Chao's weapon before cutting one of his arms. Ah! Duan Chao screamed in pain as blood sprayed from his wound. Yuan ignored his screaming and swung his other sword, decapitating Duan Chao before the others could even react. No, brother! Duan Shuchun screamed in terror after seeing Duan Chao being slain before her eyes. Duan Chao's death jolted everyone out of their daze, and without hesitation they began attacking Yuan with their weapons. Yuan didn't hesitate to fight back, meeting the onslaught head-on. His superior strength, speed, and stamina gave him the edge, allowing him to overwhelm his opponents one by one with ease. However, as formidable as Yuan was, he was still just one person facing hundreds. It was impossible to avoid injury entirely. Yet, through precise movements and calculated defense, he managed to keep his injuries superficial and non-life-threatening. In just 3 minutes, Yuan had slayed over 100 individuals, their corpses piling around him, making it harder for the others to get close, as well as messing with their movements. After sustaining enough injuries, Yuan calmly retrieved a recovery pill he had purchased for 5 points each and consumed it. Within moments, his wounds began to heal, and his stamina was restored, leaving him revitalized and ready to continue the fight. That's ridiculous, the participants exclaimed in disbelief, watching as Yuan recovered right before their eyes. Their hopes of overpowering him with numbers plummeted rapidly, replaced by a growing sense of despair and frustration. Don't worry, there's plenty where that came from. Yuan laughed madly as he consumed another pill before he continued slaughtering everyone around him. As the participants' morale plummeted, Yuan's momentum only grew stronger. His relentless attacks and growing killing intent overwhelmed them, and before long the tide turned. One by one, the participants began to abandon the fight, retreating in fear and defeat, their initial confidence shattered. "Where do you think you're going?" Yuan shouted, his voice cold. "If you came to kill me, you'd better be prepared to face death yourself." Showing no mercy, Yuan pursued those attempting to flee, cutting down anyone who stood in his path. Please, I came from the 9th. My Yi family will not forgive if you. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Stop this madness. We were wrong. Have mercy.
Yuan showed no hesitation, cutting down his opponents without regard for their backgrounds or pleas. Like a relentless force of nature, reminiscent of his days as the evil god, he swung his sword madly, each strike claiming a life. By the time he stopped, over 90% of the group had been slaughtered, their bodies strewn across the area outside the living quarters. The ground was soaked with blood, forming a gruesome pond that bore witness to the carnage. The once bustling space was now a haunting scene of silence and death. What in heaven's name happened here? Senior Joe arrived at the scene just as Yuan ended his slaughter, his face filled with shock and terror. Chapter 1834, Massacre in the Bamboo Garden, 2. When Senior Joe arrived at the scene, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of fear unlike anything he had ever experienced. The sight of the piled corpses and the thick metallic stench of blood in the air hit him like a wave. His stomach churned violently, and he fell to his knees, vomiting everything he had eaten as the grisly reality of the massacre set in. They ganged up and threatened me, so I killed them in self-defense. Is that an issue? Yuan asked in a nonchalant voice, acting like he'd only killed a few insects. I expected some casualties from infighting, Senior Zhou said with a heavy sigh, his voice tinged with frustration and disbelief. But you killed nearly everyone in Group 8. He rubbed his temples in a stressed manner as though trying to process the sheer scale of the slaughter that had unfolded before him. Whatever. It's not against the rules to kill other participants, and it's not like I can punish you who is already qualified to be a disciple. So, when will you enter the immortal monastery? Once I take care of those that got away, Yuan calmly responded. A few individuals had gotten away due to the sheer amount of people he had to fight, but he'd already made up his mind to kill everyone who ganged up on him. You're still going to kill more? Senior Joe was speechless, but there was truly nothing he could do. Zir throw a novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Once a servant qualified to be a disciple, even if they hadn't become a disciple yet, they were automatically above his authority, so Yuan could kill everyone in the bamboo garden and nothing would happen to him. Yuan left the scene shortly after, determined to hunt down those who had managed to escape. Those who had backed out of the fight early let out sighs of relief as they realized Yuan was ignoring them. However, the terror he had instilled in them was overwhelming. None of them dared to even glance in his direction, afraid that the slightest provocation might make him change his mind and turn his blade toward them. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying and her group had been cultivating inside their room this entire time, so they were unaware of the massacre that had taken place, that their competition had decreased by over 90% in just a single day. After eliminating the remaining threats, at least those who weren't hiding inside their homes, Yuan calmly returned to the forest and resumed chopping bamboo, as if the earlier carnage had been nothing more than a passing inconvenience. By the time Yuan returned, all traces of the massacre had vanished. The corpses were gone, and even the blood-soaked soil appeared completely untouched, as if it had never been disturbed. At dinner, Lan Yingying looked around with raised eyebrows. Did something happen? There's hardly anyone here, Lan Yingying asked Yuan. I killed most of them, Yuan calmly answered. Huh? Lan Yingying's eyes widened. Yuan explained the situation, leaving her speechless. I anticipated there would be some trouble, but to think it'd involve almost everyone in our group. Are you okay? Honestly, it was a tough fight. If it weren't for the recovery pills and my spirit-grade swords, I would have probably died today, he chuckled. Lan Yingying's jaw dropped. She couldn't fathom how he could laugh about almost dying. What about those who died? Will they be forced out of the hidden domain in their real bodies, or? Lan Yingying asked. Who knows, but we should assume dying in this trial means dying for real, Yuan said. Meanwhile, Yan Yiling and Bizian from Lan Yingying's group were bewildered after learning of the situation. Heavens, he killed everyone! Yan Yiling almost couldn't believe her ears. He even chased after those who fled? How brutal. I'm glad I wasn't there. Bizian sighed in relief. In fact, the events that transpired in Group 8 were so shocking and ruthless that news of the massacre quickly spread to the other groups. Everyone who heard about it was left stunned.
unable to comprehend the scale of what had occurred or the ruthless strength of the one responsible. Group 8. Isn't that Yuan and Lan Yingying's group? I hope they're fine, she merely muttered to herself after hearing about it. No. Knowing Yuan, he's probably the one who did the massacre. In the days that followed, the atmosphere within Group 8 was eerily quiet and peaceful. The survivors of Yuan's massacre avoided him with absolute dread, treating him as if he were the plague itself. Those who had managed to survive by hiding in their living quarters found themselves paralyzed with fear. Many chose to fail their quotas rather than risk stepping outside and potentially crossing paths with Yuan again, their terror overshadowing any sense of duty or consequence. At the end of the week, Senior Joe summoned everyone for the usual gathering to announce those who had failed to meet their quotas. This time there were 5 names on the list, all individuals absent from the gathering. Regardless of your circumstances, failure to fulfill your quotas will result in punishment. Those on this list will have their quotas doubled for 1 month, and they will also be restricted from cultivating for 1 month. Senior Joe dismissed everyone once he finished his announcement, but he stayed behind to speak with Yuan this time. "When are you going to leave?" he asked Yuan. "I'll leave soon. You said that last week? At this rate, you'll lose your advantage and 10,000 points. So someone is close to becoming a cultivator, huh? I'm not supposed to reveal any information on the other groups, but since you're basically a disciple already, I will tell you that someone from Group 3 is close to becoming a cultivator." Group 3? That's Ji Ran's group, Yuan thought to himself. Yuan was certain this individual was Ji Ran. As the Immortal Monastery's sect leader, he would have also memorized the cultivation technique before entering the hidden domain. Chapter 1835. Joining the Immortal Monastery. "Are there any special rewards for being the first to become a disciple? Besides the 10,000 points, obviously," Yuan inquired. "I am not aware of any other rewards, but I am just a worker in the bamboo garden, so I don't know everything." Senior Joe shook his head. "Is that so? Anyway, I'll leave once I am ready to leave." 10,000 points may seem like a lot at first, but if you consider that some things from the store cost millions of points, it's just a drop in the bucket. I'm sure there are ways to earn thousands of points with minimal effort once I become a disciple. Senior Joe was left speechless. "I have never left the bamboo garden, so I can't tell you if you're right or wrong, but if you don't want that 10,000 points, there's nothing I can do to force it on you." With that, Senior Zhou turned around and walked away. Once Senior Zhou left, Yuan returned to his routine. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying continued spending all of her time cultivating after fully memorizing the cultivation technique. Now that he was earning plenty of points, Yuan used some of them to help Lan Yingying with her quotas, paying for 3 months of quotas for her so that she could completely focus on her cultivation. A week later, Senior Zhou gathered the participants again. Those who had missed their quotas last week also missed another week, making that their 3rd strike. Everyone on this list has missed their quotas 3 times. Their quotas will be doubled for an entire year, and they will also be prohibited from cultivating during that time. If they miss another quota, they will be executed. Everyone there turned to look at Yuan, as he was the reason these people missed their quotas. However, Yuan didn't appear to have any pity for these people who had threatened and attacked him out of greed. After the announcement, Yuan approached Senior Joe and asked, "Has anyone become a disciple yet?" "No, but it won't be much longer," he said. "In that case, I'll become the first, really?" Senior Joe's eyes widened, pleasantly surprised to hear this. "Yes, but give me a few more minutes before leaving." He spoke with Lan Yingying. "You don't need to worry about me. I have already begun cultivating, and since you've already paid for 3 months of quotas, I can focus on my cultivation." "I'll come to you as soon as I become a cultivator," Lan Yingying said to him. Yuan nodded before turning to look at Yan Yiling and Bi Zian and speaking, "I'll leave her in your care. Don't worry, we won't let anyone bully her. We owe you, after all." If Yuan hadn't shared some of his points with them, they'd still be struggling to memorize the cultivation technique. Yuan ended their conversation there and said to Senior Joe, "I am ready to become a disciple." Very well, take this and inject your spiritual energy into it. It will take you to the immortal monastery. Senior Joe handed him a jade talisman. After accepting the jade talisman, Yuan infused it with his spiritual energy. In an instant, his body disappeared from Lan Yingying and the other's sight, leaving them staring at the now empty space where he had stood. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In Yuan's eyes, his surroundings blurred and flickered for a brief moment, as though reality itself was shifting. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing before a large gate with the sign Immortal Monastery grandly displayed above. "I see another have crawled out of the bamboo garden," a handsome young man suddenly remarked, standing beside the gate. His gaze was filled with disdain, his expression almost mocking, as if he were looking at a beggar who had wandered into the wrong place. "Although you've become a cultivator and are technically a disciple of the Immortal Monastery, don't let it go to your head," the young man said firmly. "You're just someone who came from the bamboo garden. You're not a real disciple in my eyes." "Is that so?" Yuan calmly muttered, showing no sign of surprise at the awful treatment. He had encountered the same situation in the past as Tian Yang, and knew what to expect. Tian Yang had become a disciple through the bamboo garden, one of several ways to join the sect. However, this method was widely looked down upon by other disciples, especially those who entered through more proper avenues, such as entrance examinations or direct recruitment by the sect. The bamboo garden was generally reserved for individuals from ordinary backgrounds, typically those lacking the talent, resources, or connections needed to pursue the more proper and respected methods of joining the sect. As a result, disciples who came from the bamboo garden were often viewed as inferior and bullied by their peers. "If you want to survive in this place, you better walk with your head lowered and treat the real disciples as if they're your ancestors. Otherwise, you won't last long in this place. Thank you for the advice. I'll make sure to keep that in mind." The young man said nothing further, simply turning around and walking away, his disdainful demeanor lingering in the air. Once he was completely out of sight, Yuan's attention shifted to a small figure quickly approaching him from a distance. The person's hurried movements and slightly panicked expression immediately caught Yuan's attention. Unlike the young man clad in a disciple's uniform, the small figure wore the plain attire of a servant. Similar to the setup in the bamboo garden, the Immortal Monastery employed mortals to serve as servants, handling various mundane tasks to support the sect's daily operations. As the figure drew closer, Yuan realized that the person only seemed small due to a hunched back. In reality, it was an elderly man. I am sorry for greeting the young master so late. I didn't dare come out until, It's fine. I understand that guy just now was very menacing after all." Yuan showed a warm smile, catching the old man off guard. After snapping out of his daze, the old man straightened slightly, as much as his hunched back allowed, and introduced himself. "This humble one's surname is Zai," he said with a respectful tone. "I will be assisting you in settling into the sect, Chapter 1836, Golden Spirit Pill. You can call me Old Zai." "Please follow me, young master," Old Zai said as he turned around and began leading Yuan to the living quarters for outer court disciples. "Since you are the first one to come here, you may choose your own living quarters," said Old Zai as they entered the residential area. Yuan nodded and walked straight to the building Tian Yang used to live in, Building 913, which was located in the middle of the residential area. After Yuan took the keys to the building, Old Zai brought him to the distributing hall that was right outside the residential area. There, Yuan was given his uniform, a small leather pouch that contained a few spirit stones, a map of the sect, and a rule book that contained every rule a disciple must follow as a disciple of the Immortal Monastery. "My job ends here, young master. However, if you ever need help with something, don't hesitate to find me," Old Zai said to him as they left the distribution hall. "I have a few questions," Yuan swiftly said. "I will try my best to answer them. What is my goal in the Immortal Monastery?" Old Zai scratched his head, almost as if he was asked a hard question. "Is this a trick question? I don't know the young master's goals, so there's no way I can answer your question."
That said, most disciples aim for promotion since that's the only way to receive more resources from the sect. So, I should aim to become an inner court disciple and eventually a core disciple? Yuan asked, posing what might seem like obvious questions to most. However, he needed to confirm the goal of his trial. That's what most disciples do, old Zai nodded. After all, you only have 10 years to become an inner court disciple. If you fail to do so, you'll be forced to leave the sect. However, once you become an inner court disciple, you can stay in the immortal monastery forever. I see, thank you. Yuan said nothing further and quietly returned to his living quarters, his mind occupied with thoughts about his next steps. Now that he had graduated from the bamboo garden and officially become a disciple of the immortal monastery, he understood that he would need to climb the ranks like any other disciple, at least for now, until he found a clear goal or purpose. This was the path he would follow. If I recall correctly, in order to even attempt the inner court examination, I need to reach a certain cultivation and have enough contribution to the sect. In the past, not including one's contribution, an outer court disciple must reach Spirit Master to attempt the inner court examination. So I have a decade to reach Spirit Master, huh? Given my current talents, I definitely won't be able to reach that goal without external help. If he cultivated normally without improving his talents somehow, he would need far more than just a decade to reach Spirit Master. Fortunately, he could use points to speed up his cultivation. However, just increasing the spiritual energy around him wasn't good enough. He needed to somehow improve his talents. Yuan retrieved the rulebook and spent the next hour reading every single word. I only get 1 spirit stone a month as an outer court disciple, huh? A single spirit stone will provide me with a week's worth of cultivation, so I will need to somehow acquire more cultivation resources. This is definitely much better than receiving 1 spirit stone every 3 months like before, though. Yuan quickly thought of another method of acquiring cultivation resources. Although it was dangerous, it would not only help speed up his cultivation, but it might even increase his points. Before I start, I should prepare myself. Yuan retrieved the sect's map and quickly located the point store, which was conveniently situated just outside the residential area. Shortly after, he left his living quarters and made his way toward the store. At the store, Yuan began by purchasing a dozen recovery pills. With his immediate needs taken care of, he turned his attention to the rest of the store's inventory, curious about what else he could acquire. Thanks to being the first participant to become a disciple, Yuan now had an additional 10,000 points to spend, giving him far more options than he'd ever had before. He already had 2 spirit-grade swords, and as much as he wanted to upgrade them to earth-grade, he lacked the cultivation to wield them. I should focus on my cultivation. Yuan browsed through the list of treasures for improving talent, and to his surprise, there were significantly more items available than what he had seen during his time in the bamboo garden. Golden Spirit Pill, 7,500 points. The Golden Spirit Pill was a valuable pill that could boost one's cultivation talents slightly, and it was the cheapest treasure on that list. I'll buy this. Yuan pointed at the Golden Spirit Pill. The young man working the store nodded and said, "Give me a moment to retrieve your purchase." He disappeared behind the store and returned a few moments later with a pillbox in his grasp. Sarth, the Novelier. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I have deducted 7,500 points from you, ID 913. Outer Court Disciple Xiao Yang Yuan tossed the pillbox inside his spatial ring and immediately left. Upon returning home, Yuan took out the Golden Spirit Pill and, without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved almost instantly, transforming into a golden liquid that flowed smoothly down his throat. A warm, invigorating sensation spread through his body as the pill's potent energy began to take effect. Once Yuan fully digested the pill, his cultivation went up a level, reaching the 2nd level of Spirit Apprentice. He cultivated normally to test out the pill's result, and sure enough, his cultivation speed had tremendously improved, at least compared to his initial cultivation rate. Although it was far from his goal, it was a start. Chapter 1837, Visiting the Hunting Grounds. After consuming the Golden Spirit Pill,
Yuan wasted no time and left home, making his way to his new training area, the hunting grounds, where disciples go to hunt magical beasts. The hunting grounds was located about half an hour away from the residential area. While the surroundings were dense with trees and had the appearance of untamed wilderness, Yuan was still very much within the sect's boundaries. As he reached the entrance of the hunting grounds, Yuan was stopped by the sect elder guarding it. "Hold it right there. You're only a second-level spirit apprentice. The weakest magical beast you can find in the hunting grounds is at the 5th level. You should come back once you increase your cultivation some more," the sect elder warned Yuan. "I am aware of my lack of cultivation, but I still wish to enter the hunting grounds right now," Yuan said with a stern expression on his face. The sect elder narrowed his eyes and said, "What's the rush? You look like you became a disciple only very recently. You are almost guaranteed to die if you enter the hunting grounds in your current state. I may not look like it, but I actually have a lot of experience with magical beasts. I'll be fine as long as I am extra careful. If I die, then so be it. It just means I wasn't fated to live long." After a brief silence, the sect elder stepped aside, his expression tense as he lowered his head without uttering another word. It was as though he was trying to erase Yuan's presence from his mind, pretending that Yuan no longer existed in his world. "Thank you," Yuan said as he walked past the sect elder and into the hunting grounds. As Yuan stepped into the hunting grounds, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, almost as if he had crossed into another world. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the presence of wild beasts, an overwhelming mix that assaulted his senses. As he ventured deeper, the growls, roars, and movements of creatures echoed from every direction. Most disciples stepping into the hunting grounds for the first time would tremble in fear, their nerves betraying their unease. Even those who managed to suppress their trembling couldn't escape this sinking feeling in their stomachs. Yet Yuan moved through the terrain with complete tranquility, his face showing no trace of fear or discomfort, as if he were merely enjoying a casual stroll in a park. It didn't take long for Yuan to encounter his first magical beast, a four-legged creature that resembled a pig. However, its appearance was far from ordinary. Its skin was a deep crimson red, and patches of black scales covered its rotund body, giving it an almost armored look. It didn't take long for Yuan to encounter his first magical beast, a four-legged creature that resembled a pig. However, its appearance was far from ordinary. Its skin was a deep crimson red, and patches of black scales covered its rotund body, giving it an almost armored look. Yuan tightened his grip on his spirit-grade sword, his eyes fixed on the magical beast. He remained still and focused, his body poised to react as he patiently waited for the creature to make the first move. The magical beast, which had been eyeing Yuan with caution, suddenly sprang into action. It kicked off its powerful hind legs, propelling itself straight toward him with surprising speed. Yuan, however, remained composed, not rushing to dodge. He waited until the very last moment when the beast was almost upon him, before sidestepping with precise timing, effortlessly avoiding the creature's charge. Yuan had strategically positioned himself in front of a tree, so when he dodged, the magical beast crashed directly into it. If it had been an ordinary animal, the collision would have undoubtedly left it incapacitated. However, this was no ordinary creature. It was a magical beast with cultivation at the 5th level of Spirit Apprentice. The impact didn't just shake the tree, it completely knocked it down, sending splinters flying as the beast merely suffered a slight daze. Yuan didn't give the beast any chance to recover. Almost simultaneously with his dodge, he swung his sword in a swift, precise arc. The sword struck the magical beast squarely on the neck, but its tough, scaled skin prevented Yuan from decapitating it. The blade bit into the creature, but not deeply enough to deal a fatal blow to Yuan. It felt as if he were back in the bamboo garden, trying to chop down the spirit bamboos as a mortal. Realizing it had been struck, the magical beast let out an enraged roar that echoed through the forest. Its fiery eyes locked onto Yuan as it turned and charged at him once more. This time the beast moved with even greater speed. A trail of blood followed in its wake, staining the ground as it barreled toward Yuan with reckless ferocity.
Despite the magical beast being 3 levels above his cultivation, Yuan remained completely nonchalant. He didn't feel the slightest hint of threat from the creature. In the end, its attack was exceedingly straightforward, lacking any complexity or strategy. Yuan easily sidestepped the charge with precise timing, making it appear almost effortless before striking it in the same spot again, deepening its wound. After repeating the same process a few more times, skillfully dodging and delivering precise strikes, the magical beast eventually succumbed to its injuries. Its movements grew sluggish as blood continued to pour from its wounds, and finally, it collapsed onto the ground, unable to move any further, completely drained of strength and life. After confirming the magical beast was dead, Yuan wasted no time and began butchering it with his sword. He skillfully collected its skin, bones, and even its meat, knowing that these parts could be sold for points. He had confirmed this earlier during his visit to the point store. However, Yuan's primary goal in the hunting grounds wasn't farming points. It was hunting for monster cores for his cultivation. Collecting beast parts for points was merely a secondary task to make the most of his efforts while he pursued his true objective. Zerarch, the novel Firenyo website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Once he was finished, Yuan continued wandering the hunting grounds for his next prey. Chapter 1838. The second participant to enter the Immortal Monastery after defeating his 7th magical beast, Yuan finally acquired his first monster core, and it even belonged to a 6th-level spirit apprentice magical beast. Although Yuan had defeated his first magical beast with relative ease, his subsequent encounters were far more challenging. Due to his lack of cultivation and weak body, there were moments when his body failed to keep up with his thoughts, leaving him vulnerable. This caused him to sustain several injuries during the battles. Fortunately, Yuan had prepared well, and his stockpile of recovery pills allowed him to quickly heal his wounds. Upon acquiring his first monster core, Yuan decided it was time to call it a day and return home. Before heading back, however, he stopped by the point store to sell all the materials he had gathered from the magical beasts he had defeated. Each magical beast earned him a little over 100 points, and he'd earned close to 1,000 points from selling the materials of 7 magical beasts, which would have taken him a week of chopping bamboo. However, while hunting magical beasts definitely earned points faster, it was unfathomably more dangerous, the Novelier Net website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Out of curiosity, he checked the amount of points he could acquire from the monster core. 1,200 points, said the store worker. Although it was a tempting offer, Yuan kept the monster core and returned home with it. Once he was inside his room, he sat in the lotus position and held the monster core in front of him with both hands. This monster core should last me 2 weeks, Yuan muttered to himself as he began absorbing the spiritual energy within the monster core. If Yuan still had his original body and godlike physique, it would have taken him mere seconds to completely absorb the energy from the monster core. Unfortunately, in his current state, he had to cultivate like any ordinary cultivator, slowly and methodically drawing out the core's power. Now that Yuan had proper cultivation resources, he no longer needed to spend points to increase the spiritual energy around him, as he was already fully occupied by the monster core. Time flew by as Yuan immersed himself in cultivation. When he finally opened his eyes, 3 days had passed since he last did so. While he made significant progress in his cultivation, he was nowhere near a breakthrough, as he'd had one very recently. However, Yuan was not discouraged and resumed his cultivation. While he made significant progress in his cultivation, he was nowhere near a breakthrough, as he'd had one very recently. However, Yuan was not discouraged and resumed his cultivation. After another 2 days of cultivation, Yuan was forced to pause when his stomach began growling from hunger. While being a cultivator allowed him to partially sustain himself with spiritual energy, he wasn't yet at a level where he could absorb it quickly enough to fully replace the need for food. As a result, he still experienced hunger, though at a much slower rate than before. As a disciple, Yuan no longer needed to visit the cafeteria for his meals. Instead, he now had the privilege of having food delivered directly to his door, a luxury he genuinely appreciated.
After placing an order, it wasn't long before old Zai arrived at his living quarters, carrying a tray of food. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, Yuan's anticipation grew. He couldn't wait to dig in, his hunger only intensifying with each passing moment. Just from the scent alone, he could tell that the quality of the meal was on par with, if not better than, the food he had enjoyed in the bamboo garden. "It's been a week, young master. Have you adjusted to life as a disciple yet?" old Zai asked as he handed the food to Yuan. "Slowly but surely," Yuan said as he sat down on his doorstep. Without wasting any time, he began eating his food right there, savoring each bite while enjoying the calm atmosphere around him. "That's good to hear. In case you didn't know, another individual from the bamboo garden has recently arrived at the Immortal Monastery?" "Oh, where is this individual staying?" Yuan paused to ask. "He arrived 2 days ago, and is currently staying at Building 111. "I see. Thanks for the information." Yuan quickly finished his meal within minutes. "For future reference, you can just leave your empty plates on your doorsteps outside. Someone will show up to clean it up," old Zai said to Yuan before carrying his empty plates away. After his meal, Yuan didn't immediately return to his cultivation. Instead, he made his way to Building 111 to see the individual who was recently promoted. Coincidentally, that individual was coming out of his building as Yuan arrived. "I knew it was you, Jiran," Yuan called him out. "Huh? Young master?" A broad and relieved smile appeared on Jiran's face when he saw Yuan's handsome face. "Yes, it's me. How does it feel to have your own body?" Yuan smiled. "Ha ha ha. Although it's quite the trash body and only temporary, it's still great to finally have a physical body after spending hundreds of millions of years as a wandering soul," Jiran said with a forced laugh. However, despite his attempt to mask his emotions with humor, Yuan could clearly hear the sorrow and pain laced in his voice. He gazed at his surroundings, his eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and gratitude, and continued, "I never thought I'd be able to see this scenery again. It's like a dream come true. This is all thanks to you, young master, for freeing me from the Shadow Realm." "Speaking of the Immortal Monastery, what do you think about it? Anything weird or seem out of place?" Yuan then asked. "I've only been here for a few days, and I haven't ventured beyond this area yet, so I can't say for certain," Jiran replied. "However, everything seems normal to me. Do you sense something off?" He shook his head and said, "No, this place is just as I remember it." Jiran nodded before asking, "By the way, how long has it been since you arrived at the sect, young master?" Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1839, An Unexpected Encounter. "It's been a week since I arrived at this place, but I could have arrived 2 weeks earlier. I'm surprised it took you this long to become a cultivator, considering you already memorized the cultivation technique," Yuan said. Jiran scratched his head in an embarrassed manner and admitted, "Honestly, I was taken aback by life in the bamboo garden and needed some time to adjust. I also failed my first quotas, which slowed me down a little. Although I was the sect leader, I have never actually stepped foot inside the bamboo garden until recently." Jiran was a genius who entered the Immortal Monastery through the entrance examination, so he didn't know what life was like for those who had to enter the sect through the bamboo forest. Although he'd heard of them before, he never paid any attention to them. After all, those who entered the sect through the bamboo forest were considered trash and not worth his attention. However, after experiencing the bamboo forest himself, Jiran had come to acknowledge, even respect, those who had to endure such a life for many years just to become a disciple of the Immortal Monastery. "What are your plans now?" Yuan asked Jiran a moment later. "I'm going to focus on my cultivation for now." "We only have 10 years to become an inner court disciple," he replied. "While it's shorter than the 30 years we're supposed to get, we get more cultivation resources here, so it kind of balances out." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "What about you, young master?" "I will focus my cultivation for a little before I turn my focus to acquiring points," said Yuan. Points, huh? Now that you mention it, it might be better to focus on points since it has so many uses, and I can even speed up my cultivation with it, Jiran muttered. However, it's not easy earning points, and I don't even know where to begin. You can earn points by selling magical beast materials, especially their cores, Yuan revealed. Wait, there's only one place with magical beasts accessible by outer court disciples. Have you already gone to the hunting grounds? Jiran looked at Yuan with wide eyes. Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. How strong are the magical beasts? Jiran then asked. The weakest magical beast you'll find is at the 5th level of Spirit Apprentices. 5th level? But you've only just become a cultivator recently. Did you somehow retain your original body and talents? Jiran exclaimed with a shocked face. No, but I did purchase a golden spirit pill with my points. 5th level? But you've only just become a cultivator recently. Did you somehow retain your original body and talents? Jiran exclaimed with a shocked face. No, but I did purchase a golden spirit pill with my points. How many points did that cost you? 7,500. That's too expensive. I only have a little over 1,000. Jiran sighed. After chatting for a little longer, Jiran left to visit the point store while Yuan returned home to continue his cultivation. 2 weeks later, Yuan finally finished absorbing all of the spiritual energy from the monster core. However, he was only able to break through a single level, reaching the 3rd level Spirit Apprentice, and he was barely able to do so. Although he still had 5 spirit stones, Yuan decided to save them just in case. Since he had the capability to hunt magical beasts and monster cores, he wasn't desperate for cultivation resources. After taking a shower and filling his stomach, Yuan headed back to the hunting grounds for another hunting session. As he approached the entrance, his eyes fell on someone exiting the area. It was Jiran, and his appearance was nothing short of pitiful. His clothes were tattered and roughed up, and his body was smeared with blood, giving the impression that he had been through a brutal ordeal. Yi, young master? Jiran almost instinctively hid his face after encountering Yuan. You don't look so good, Yuan teased with a smile. He sighed. I thought I would be able to hunt magical beasts since you were able to do it. However, even with my experience, there's no point if my body doesn't listen to me. I will need to temper my body before I can even think about returning to this place. Good luck, young master. Not wanting to linger with his appearance, Jiran hastily left the scene. Yuan entered the hunting grounds shortly after. The sect elder watching the entrance noticed him but didn't say anything. Once inside the hunting grounds, Yuan wasted no time looking for magical beasts. However, even though he was confident in his abilities, there were certain magical beasts that he actively avoided, especially the agile ones. Oh, to find a monster core this quickly, how lucky, Yuan muttered to himself after getting a monster core on his first kill. After gathering the materials, Yuan continued his hunt. This time, he was prepared to stay inside the hunting grounds until his spatial ring could no longer store any more materials. A week later, after averaging 10 to 15 kills a day, Yuan finally filled his spatial ring to capacity with magical beast materials. Just as he was preparing to head back to the sect, he sensed a presence approaching him. The individual made no attempt to conceal their presence, which kept Yuan from feeling overly alarmed. However, his cautious nature kept him on alert, ready to react if necessary. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A feminine voice rang out. Yuan turned around to face the source of the voice and saw a beautiful young woman approaching him. When he saw her face, his eyes widened with surprise. Meanwhile, the young woman frowned deeply upon seeing Yuan. I knew it, she said, her tone sharp but laced with confusion. I thought I was seeing things, but it really is you. What are you doing wearing the outer court's uniform, and why are you still in the sect? I thought you had already left to prepare for your core disciple examination long ago. Disciple Tian Yang? Elder son? Yuan muttered her name subconsciously, his voice filled with disbelief. This young woman wasn't just any sect member. She was Elder Sun, a sect elder, and someone Tianyang was deeply familiar with, as she had saved his life on multiple occasions in the past. Chapter 1840. Not Tianyang. Why aren't you answering my questions, Disciple Tian? Why are you still at the sect when you should have left long ago? And pretending to be an outer court disciple, no less. Elder Sun asked again when Yuan didn't respond. I think you have the wrong person. Yuan eventually responded. The frown on Elder Sun's face deepened after hearing his response, and she quickly said, "What kind of nonsense are you up to now, Disciple Tian? If you're going to pretend to be someone else, you should, at the very least, change your face." I don't know who this Disciple Tian is, but my name is Xiao Yang, and I entered the Immortal Monastery not long ago," Yuan said. He had contemplated pretending to be Tianyang for a brief moment, but decided against it in the end due to a gut feeling. "Do you think I'm stupid or something?" Elder Sun said, still not believing Yuan. "You can look me up. I came from the bamboo garden not long ago." Yuan shrugged. Elder Sun fell silent with a perplexed expression on her face. "Then how do you know my name? If you're not Disciple Tian, this should be our first time meeting," she said a moment later, referring to when Yuan subconsciously muttered her name out of surprise. "I heard about you from someone else. They mentioned a beautiful sect elder protecting disciples at the hunting grounds, and that I might run into you when I come here." Yuan quickly came up with an excuse. Elder Sun coldly snorted at his words, but she didn't say anything else. After a moment of silence, she said, "Whatever. It's easy to confirm your words. I will give you one last chance to come clean if it turns out that you're messing with me. I'm going to give you a good beating. I wouldn't dare to mess with a sect elder." Yuan shook his head. Sia, the Novel Firet website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Elder Sun disappeared the next moment, leaving Yuan speechless. So Tianyang was a disciple at the Immortal Monastery during its earliest days, huh? I didn't think someone would recognize me. Yuan was truly shocked that Elder Sun was there, and even recognized him as Tianyang, as this had many implications. She mentioned the core disciple examination, which means Tianyang should be at the desolate continent right now. However, since Elder Sun is still at the Immortal Monastery, then that incident has yet to happen. Yuan recalled meeting Elder Sun at the desolate continent, so if she was still in the sect, it meant that Han Zexian's tomb had yet to open. Maybe I'm overthinking. This is a trial created by the Immortal Monastery's founder. It isn't too far-fetched to think the founder had recreated the people of his era with their memories intact, to make the trial more realistic. Yuan shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. He left the hunting grounds shortly after, and made his way to the point store to sell his materials. Meanwhile, Elder Sun went to inquire about Yuan. He was telling the truth, Xiaoyang. Elder Sun mumbled to herself, her voice barely audible as she stood frozen in place, her expression dazed. Why does he look exactly like Tianyang? Despite the evidence urging her to believe that Yuan was someone else entirely and only looked like Tianyang, she couldn't ignore the familiar feeling she got from him. Why does he feel so familiar if he's someone different? Even his demeanor was identical to Tianyang. No, his eyes looked much more experienced, but everything else is just like Tianyang. Damn it, why am I overthinking this? If he claims he's not Tianyang, then he's not Tianyang. Elder Sun eventually convinced herself that Yuan was a different person. Meanwhile, at the point shop, Yuan sold all of the materials he'd gathered from the 91 magical beasts he hunted in a week and earned a little over 11,000 points. He also acquired 6 monster cores from the hunt, but he had no intentions to sell them. 6 monster cores will last me 3 months. I should also reach the 6th level by the end. Instead of spending his points, Yuan decided to save them for the next talent-boosting treasure, which cost a staggering 50,000 points after returning home. Yuan made the decision to dedicate himself entirely to cultivation. For the next month he would not leave his home, only opening his doors once a week to receive food from old Zai. During this time, more and more participants would graduate from the bamboo garden and enter the immortal monastery. Lan Yingying was one of these individuals. If it isn't Lady Lan, are you looking for the young master? Ji Ran coincidentally ran into Lan Yingying, who was wandering the residential area looking for Yuan. Unlike the bamboo garden, both males and females lived in the same area. I am. Do you know where he's staying? He's staying at Building 913, however. He's currently in seclusion, said Ji Ran, recalling what Yuan told him before entering seclusion. That said, you can probably still see him since he has to eat once a week. Lan Yingying nodded. Okay, I'll wait for him. Since Lan Yingying was one of the earlier participants to arrive at the immortal monastery, she was able to pick the building next to Yuan as her living quarters. A few days later, she noticed old Zai approaching Yuan's living quarters with several plates of food. Seeing this, she hurriedly rushed outside and waited for Yuan to grab the food. Sure enough, when Yuan opened the door for the food, he noticed Lan Yingying standing outside his building. He smiled after seeing her and said, I'm glad you made it out of the bamboo garden safely. Did anything happen while I was gone? Those participants who had been hiding in their homes to avoid you finally came out. Other than that, not really, she said.